What's up, everyone? Welcome to Normal America Show. Host robnoerr, getting back in the swing of things. Hope you're all having a great day. I did. I had a great day. Did the extravaganza over there on the Crucible's Rumble channel. It was a good show. Set up. I didn't tell people this. Yesterday, I went and saw Toy Story 5, and tomorrow I'm going to see Minions and Monsters. Is that what it's called? My son's been very excited for the new Minions movie. He's a Minions fan. So, yeah. Toy Story was, I don't know, like, the original, the sequels always suck to everything, but, like, the original Toy Story, spoiler alerts for Toy Story 5 a little bit. The original Toy Stories, it's like Woody and Buzz, right? And now they're side characters, which is just a little weird. It focuses on the cowgirl Jessie is like the main character. I don't know. And I don't know who does Jessie's voice, but she looks like she should have like a high pitched, younger woman's voice. But she has sort of I don't know. Her voice sounds like me, kind of. So I don't know. I thought it was a little. Yeah, Jessie was in Toy Story 2. Yeah. Lavin liked it. There's interesting themes, like the theme of technology and like tablets and smart devices replacing toys and how kids don't play as much. I guess that was sort of neat. But I think my big problem, oh man, Sniper, we'll get to that in 1 second. My big problem with a lot of these movies, the one Jurassic Park movie, it was the same way. Probably not the newest, maybe the one before it. What happens is you have these franchises. And then each franchise, you add a couple new characters. And then what ends up happening is some of those characters you liked from the original, Joan Cusack, that was it. They just kind of get pushed to the side. So I always liked the Mr. Potato Head guy. I thought he was funny. And there's not much room for him now. Because you got the new plot where they're going to be running into new characters. So that's, half of it. And then, they keep Keanu Reeves' character was in it again. He has a very small role, but the original actor died. Well, that's a bummer. Anyways, it wasn't a terrible movie. There wasn't anything super egregious. I do think that they definitely went into the girl boss trope. They very much. I'm going to spoil some of this for you. So I'm spoiling a little of Toy Story 5 here. You ready? The cowgirl Jessie that's like now the main house you're focusing on. Woody's now like an outside toy that helps other toys. So in the house they're in with the girl now, Jessie's sort of like the role Woody was in Toy Story 1. And Buzz is in love with her. And he wants to marry her. But Buzz is very much the feminine one in the relationship. It wasn't a big deal, but I was just like, Anyway, it's not a bad movie, though. I'm hoping Minions and Monsters is pretty good. My son loved it. Yeah, that's right. The T-Rex guy was in it, yeah. But my son enjoyed the movie thoroughly, so there you go. And for me, that's all that really matters. As long as there's not like too much of an absurd propaganda and my son's having a good time, what do I care? That's how I look at it. So, I don't know. So tonight's show, we're going to talk about some of these court cases. We're going to have some things about Turning Point to talk about that is sort of interesting. Did they make Buzz gay in the last one? No. Actually, this is worth talking about for a second. There was a Buzz Lightyear movie that was outside. It's not the toys. So let me see if I got this right, because I saw this movie. The Buzz Lightyear standalone movie is not that the Buzz Lightyear's a toy. It's the character that the toy Buzz Lightyear's based off of, if that makes sense. So it's just like a regular cartoon where it's Buzz Lightyear is actually a space captain and like an origin story for the character. Toy Story is toys based on characters, and then you're seeing the toys. Everybody was super flipped out about the Buzz Lightyear and the gay shit in it. I didn't watch it closely. I was doing some work while it was on the TV. But to my knowledge, it sucks, but it was like two of the female characters share like a quick peck on the lips, like super quick. Now I know it was put in there for the LGBT crowd, and so fuck them. So if you hate that movie because of it, fine. But overarchingly, I didn't find it too egregious. But I understand zero tolerance. Supergirl, yeah. Supergirl's getting its ass kicked. First off, we shan't bury the lead. Look at this guy, Sniper. I hope everything is great. Man, thank you so much. 50 memberships. Thank you, man. Always appreciated. Always hoping you're doing well, man. Thank you so much for that. Incredibly generous. Now, I know it's going to be a slow night tonight because Andrew's debating David Wood, and I'll talk about that in a second. The Supergirl phenomenon. I don't look. I don't have my thumb on the pulse of like the entertainment industry or any shit like that. But I feel like I could make some not too deep observations as to why Supergirl failed. Let's go through the list, right? Number one, another actress that couldn't stop running her mouth, going off being a girl boss in the promotion for the movie. I forget the shit she said, just like how hard it is to be a woman and this, that, and the other. Look, people are looking for any excuse now. The demographics for these comic book movies are basically young to middle-aged men. And people are fed up. The market's oversaturated anyways. That's number two. So if you give any excuse for people to roll their eyes and be like, here we fucking go again, they're going to do it. So that's number one and two. It's oversaturated is number two. Number one is this chick that's playing Supergirl, went out and was running her mouth. Number three, people don't want female protagonists much anymore. You'll have the odd movie that'll break through. It's not fair, but who gives a shit? I didn't watch it, but I heard Furiosa was a good movie. Legitimately good. It wasn't like a Mary Sue. It's like the actress is good that played the lead character. But it bombed at the box office because it was a Mad Max movie without Mad Max, and because people are so tired of the fucking girl boss trope in demographics that are traditionally male, like action movies, comic book movies. And I don't understand why these studios keep making hundreds of millions of dollars movies. At this point, why don't you just forget the fucking massive CGI and shit, do practical effects that are cheaper, and make movies for like $30 million. Then if you lose your ass, you're only losing like $10, $15 million. But once you start spending 200, 300 million, now you got to have like a box office smash just to end up making money. I've actually heard the Supergirl movie's not that bad, but I'm just going to call it, I'm over superhero movies. It's too much at this point. I feel like, especially all these world building movies. Look, I think that it's neat. And the idea of like the original Marvel Cinematic Universe is neat. Where it's like, oh, we're going to have all these characters have their individual movies and then they come together. But the problem is, it became too much. Well, now there's TV shows and you have to have Disney Plus to watch this TV show. And there's 17 movies. I gave up. Like the last Marvel movie I saw, I think was Age of Ultron. I never watched any of the shit with Thanos or anything. I didn't watch any of it because I just was like, oh, I missed, I want to see this movie, chronologically first, and I didn't get around to it. And so I'm like, eh. And I feel like DC's trying the same shit where it's like, well, this is one in a series of movies that you're going to want to watch. Some people dig that. I like the concept, but now everything's like that. I grew up when action movies in the 90s were like some fucking cheesy Arnold and Stallone movie every summer, and I didn't have to watch 7 TV shows and 6 other movies to understand Cobra or Commando or Last Action Hero, And so I feel like that's a big problem for someone like me. And I just do not give a shit about 90% of the superheroes they're trying to shove down your throat, especially all the female ones. I don't give a shit. I could be talked into Superman, Batman, the Hulk, Spider-Man, Wolverine. I don't give a fuck about Supergirl or Superwoman. I don't give a fuck about. I'm over it. I don't care. Even if I heard it was an excellent movie, I probably wouldn't watch it because I don't give a shit about the intellectual property. I don't care. And that might not be fair. It could be an excellent movie, but I don't give a shit. And I watch limited movies now, seeing as how, I'm a father. I'm watching a lot of kids' movies. And, maybe it'll be different. 5-6 years from now, maybe my son will be like, I want to go see Spider-Man. And there's a spinoff of like Ghost Spider because he likes that show, Spidey and Friends. Maybe my son will be like, oh, I want to go see that movie. And then I'll go. But right now, I just have I don't give a shit. I don't know what possibly could motivate me to go watch Supergirl or to watch it at home. I just don't give a shit. Even if people are like, oh, this is amazing. So I don't know. I'm subjective, but I think a lot of other people are like that. Look, when it was like, every 2 or 3 years, a Batman movie came out. It was like, cool. Yeah, I want to see that. But when it's like every year there's, 4 TV shows or comic book movies that are coming out, it's just too much. I'm just like, I'm over it. I want original stories that are creative and take chances, not cookie cutter, $100 million movies that are trying to play it safe. That's what I want. I'm tired of, how many origin stories of Batman are we going to get? Or Spider-Man? I'm just over it. I don't give a shit. Yeah, I agree. Letting IPs rest. I mean, that's what happened with Star Wars. Now I saw they're in serious talks with Star Wars of like retconning the last 3 movies or, episodes 7, 8, and 9. I don't think they'll do it, but so I don't know. Anyways, that's my not so sophisticated. I just don't give a shit. And I feel like the female superhero genre, I think that I don't play this game, but there's this game, Marvel Rivals, and sometimes I'll see people talk. Has anyone played this game, Marvel Rivals? And it seems like they're going the other direction, particularly with female superheroes. Big tits, big asses, barely any clothes on the chicks in the game. And young dudes are like, yeah. Now, personally, I'm like, stupid, but that's what sells. The feminist, yay, girl boss. It seemed to me like it was always like a mix of like, well, we'll make these female superheroes. They'll be like eye candy for the dudes, and then like, yay, some girl boss shit for the chicks. But then it just seemed like the message of the girl boss shit just overran it. I don't give a shit. Even when I was young and I liked watching like the X-Men cartoon and collected some X-Men comics and shit, like the characters I liked were like, I liked Wolverine. I liked Magneto. I liked Juggernaut. Well, I didn't give a fuck about Jubilee or Storm. I'm not saying that like Storm was okay, but they weren't the anchors to the story. They were interesting side characters, Professor X was cool, I don't know. I just don't, I think that everything's fucking slop now. Yeah, Gambit was cool. I like Gambit. Rogue was more interesting than Storm. I thought the concept was neat where she was like, she couldn't touch people without absorbing their powers. I like that. Yeah, always forgetting Gambit. I never liked Cyclops. I thought he was lame, if I'm honest. But, I don't know. Like, all this shit. Like, my entertainment, I don't watch much sports anymore. Again, I like my son and doing shit with the family. And if I play video games, I've been playing a lot of just, like, basically like RPG Maker RPGs just to kill time. I'll play an hour here or there. I don't like playing multiplayer games much anymore unless it's with my core group of friends. But I don't know. A lot of this AAA studio shit that comes out, I'm just not interested. I hear Bungie laid a bunch of people off. It sounds like Xbox is laying a bunch of people off. How many times do they have to learn the fucking lesson, these AAA studios, whether it be movies or games? Huge budgets, unoriginal bullshit for story, and the message is more important than the fucking actual entertainment. And they're just going to keep losing their ass. So, I don't know. It does sound like there's hope. It sounds like this Obsession movie. What was the one that Markiplier guy did? He's like self-funded it, made a bunch of money. It was like an original story. I've not played Divinity, but I have played Baldur's Gate 3, which I think is the same studio, which is very good. I never beat any game, though. I'll play it until it gets to a point that's slightly annoying to me, and then I'm like, yep, that's it. I'll put that game aside and never open it again. So that's what happened with Baldur's Gate to me. But yeah, that's it. David Wood debate with Andrew. Let's talk about it real quick. Look, here's the thing. So this is... Yeah, Elden Ring, I feel like I wouldn't be good enough. I tried playing like Dark Souls 2 and just got my ass kicked. Maybe if I had patience. I don't know. But anyways, I don't get involved in a lot of these religious debates. I've talked about this before, but I'll mention it quickly. I am a Christian. I go to a Catholic church. I don't consider myself Catholic. And I was in a position in my life where I became atheist because I went to a church that I thought was really scummy. And I saw what speaking in the name of like Christianity and not being good, what damage it could do. So I very much don't like talking about like religious debates as far as between the denominations of Christianity, because I know enough to know that I don't know enough. And I don't want to bastardize anything like that. So when Andrew or Jay Dyer or other people are like, we're going to argue Orthodox versus Catholicism or Protestants, I'm out of the loop. And I'm happy to be out of the loop. Obviously, Andrew's my friend. I think he's a great debater. I think he usually does good in those debates. But I'll be honest, I rarely pay attention to them. It's not my thing. And, you know, maybe that pisses some people off, but that's just how I feel. So I know that David Wood has, you know, I see little posts on X and stuff, and he, like, you know, apparently had some run-ins with Jay Dyer or Andrew or something in the past, and they've discussed religion. I didn't watch it. I didn't. So for whatever reason, today I was getting ready for this show, and I saw Andrew was debating David Wood, and it was an interesting topic to me, which was Russia conspiracy, which now that's a topic I could sink my teeth into. And it was how connected are, I guess, online ortho bros to like the government of Russia, like the Russian Orthodox Church and Orthodoxy and blah, blah, blah. Now, I happen to think that a lot of the Russia conspiracy shit's bullshit, as I've argued for years here. But okay. So it's like, that sounds interesting. Let's tune in. And I don't know what to say other than, I don't know if any of you were watching any portion of that debate, but it was, the 30 minutes I saw of it was absolutely pathetic. Like, David Wood was so much worse than I anticipated. Like, comically bad. Like, his proof was like, he was reading some random dude that was pissed off because he got kicked off of like an ortho Discord server or some shit. And he was just like, well, yeah, basically it was like, well, Jay Dyer was mean to me. And, you know, in the past, the Russian government tried to send spies into the Orthodox Church. Well, that doesn't sound to me like the Orthodox Church people like Jay Dyer and Andrew are working with Russia. If Russia's sending spies, it would seem the opposite. I don't know what to say. And Andrew kept pointing out, like, where's this proof? And he was like, well, you know, it's sort of speaking to it. I don't know what to say. It was embarrassing. It was just like so much of this conspiracy stuff. And look, I fucking hate using the word conspiracy theorist as a pejorative because so much of what I have talked about, people have labeled me a conspiracy theorist. So, look, by no means am I insulting someone because you believe in a conspiracy. I believe in many conspiracies. But some of the more absurd conspiracy theories you hear, like, it just reeked of that. It was like, oh, okay. Like, one time, this guy was on, you know, Russia Today, okay? And, like, Russia, you know, they went hard against the LGBT, and the Orthodox bros are, okay? Like, just all of this, I'm just asking questions type bullshit. So, I don't know. I just thought it was laughable, and I was like, yeah, okay. So it's funny because I feel like so many of these positions, I feel I could, if I wanted to, I could play devil's advocate and argue their side so much better. But whatever. So, David Wood, I don't know, man. I hope you do better debating the religion stuff because this. I mean, it looked like a guy who just like looked up some articles on ChatGPT and was like, and it's like, what? That's it? So I don't know. Maybe it got better afterwards, but I was tuned out. I was like, I don't know, man. And Andrew was doing a phenomenal job of just being like, how's this proof? What are you talking about? So there you go. Let's read some super chats, and then we're going to get into the birthright citizenship. Vita, thanks for the $2. Says, have I watched Citizen Vigilante? I have not. I've heard, and I believe this will be the case, that the messaging of it's kind of like bold. You know, fuck these, Muslim gangs. So good for UA Bull. I've seen UA Bull movies in the past. Not very good, to say the least. So it seems to me like it's probably a movie that technically won't be a great movie, but it's refreshing to see someone basically put out the opposite side of propaganda. So I'll probably give it a watch someday that the fam's not around. Lavin, $10, thanks, says, look at Rocksteady. They released the Batman Arkham games, then go super hard into the woke shit and release the disaster that's the Suicide Squad game, and it damn near bankrupts them. You spend huge money on these projects that fail miserably, and it's like now all of a sudden you go from a company with an awesome reputation to a laughing stock, and it puts you on a downward spiral. So, Napa, $5, says, I miss when conspiracy theories were fun and slightly wacky. Yeah, me too. Well, we're going to talk some Turning Point USA and some conspiracy theories later, I promise. And then Searsight, $5, says, good evening, Rob. Good evening to you. Always great to hear from you. All right. Now, we didn't meet our dono goal yesterday, so I'm looking at all of you. We have to meet the goal. And Rumblers! Seems like it's been forever since I got a Rumble dono. Just throwing that out there. Nah, you guys are great. I really appreciate you. I do. It's incredibly generous. You guys are great. All right. So, as predicted, Birthright Citizenship, I said I thought it would be a 7-2. It was a 6-3. More like a 5-4. There's a lot of shit that's been said already today. I don't know what much more I can add. Thomas has a scathing 91-page dissent. Thomas and Alito had great quotes just about how devastating this is for the country. But there's a couple of things that I think that I could add to this that are interesting. The first is, I find it very interesting the left's sort of response to this. And I just happened to pick on one lefty that I saw. But I saw this all over online, and I'd be interested to see what the messaging for the actual Democrat politicians ends up being on this. Now, one of the things that's going on, as James Carville said, was that the left's sort of somewhat open about what they want to do with the court and then somewhat strategically being silent. So you have people like James Carville that's like, yeah, you should pack the court, of course, but don't talk about it. And I think that there are a lot of Democrats that are doing that. Of course, there's others that are just coming out and saying it. And it's interesting because the vibes that you're going to see going into the 2028 election is the Democrat Party is becoming more and more radical, electing people that are full-fledged socialist and communist, etc. And so during the primary, you're going to have some wild shit said by some of these Democrats that are trying to reach the more extreme people on the left. Then they're going to have to try to walk it back. Now, this is, for the general, this is always true, but it's going to be even wilder this time because they know that they've created a beast that they can't get control over. So you're going to, if you're more of a normie Democrat, you're going to have to give some pretty wild fucking beliefs and policies in order to capture these people. Now, some of this shit, legalize marijuana, radical abortion policy, that shit's easy. But I think that you're going to see people running on some radical, pack the court. Because the radical base of the Democratic Party is going to be like, we want you to be on the offense totally. Sort of how I am with the Republican Party, but the Republican Party looks at me and goes, go fuck yourself. We don't care what you or our base wants. 90% of you want voter ID, fuck you. We don't care. The Democrats know that there are socialists and communists coming up that's going to take their position. So, okay, whatever. So that'll be interesting. I don't know, though, how many Democrats are out there today after these court decisions that are like, pack the court. But there's certainly commentators saying that. So imagine you get this huge win. Okay, birthright citizenship. Now let's talk about the implications of this for a second, and I want to get to this more later, but this basically means that this country is nothing. You owe no allegiance. It doesn't matter if your family's been here for generations. It doesn't matter if you respect the founding documents of this country, if you respect the core values of what it used to be an American, like the Bill of Rights and entrepreneurism and all that. None of that matters. There's only one question that matters. Were you born on the magic dirt? That's it. That's all that matters. Now, we already see a country that's incredibly divided, and we see a Democratic Party that wants to bring in millions upon millions upon millions of people to displace the people that already live here because they know they'll be compliant voters. And we know there's a lot of business people that like that because it drives down the cost of labor. Great. And so this just enshrines in law that could only be overturned, A, by a future court, or B, by an amendment, which at this point's nigh on impossible. And so that's it. That's the end-all be-all. This country has nothing to do with anybody that has any connection or wants to do any good for the people of this country whatsoever. It's just magic dirt. If you're born here, you're as American as the family who's been here for 10 generations. Doesn't matter. That's it. And it is just as clear of a bright line as you could imagine. Fuck you. You're nothing. If you're an American, that means nothing. It just literally means magic dirt. That's it. There's nothing special about you, Mr. American citizen. The guy, the people that were here on temporary protected status from Haiti that pumped out a bunch of kids, those kids are as American as you. Fuck you. It doesn't matter. The Chinese birth tourism, fuck you. They're as American as you. Doesn't matter. Any way you slice it, although this result was predictable, actually, it was sort of closer than I imagined. Basically a 5-4, but a 6-3. I thought it would be a 7-2 with just Alito and Thomas, but whatever. But there's no way to slice this other than an incredible victory for the Democrats. Does anyone disagree with that? I don't know. I haven't seen. I've seen people saying, look, this isn't the end of the world. It was closer than we thought. We'll see what we could do with future courts. This is one battle in many battles. But I haven't seen anyone try to argue that this was a win for Trump or Republicans. I think everyone would agree with that, Republican or Democrat. Now, what I want you to watch, though, is just how amazing Democrats are at always being on offense. There is never a victory for the Democrats. If they control 99% of all media and social media, they're like, this is a loss. We must control 100%. And they'll gaslight their base, and they'll get people out there protesting and fucking flipping out. And that's what we see today. This overwhelming win for the Democrat, and you see shit like this. Josiah says, from Live and Learn, says, Dems need to take power and pack the court. Then impose other controls and checks on SCOTUS, term limits, binding and biting codes of conduct, possible jurisdiction stripping, etc. And I've seen several Democrats out there today. They get this big victory and they're like, it's not enough. It was only a 5-4 or a 6-3. Nope, we must pack the court. We have to. Imagine that. You have to applaud their messaging. You really do. It could have been a 9-0. It could have been a 9-0 and they could have put in there, and by the way, Trump's an illegitimate president, and they would still say, not enough, pack the court. No matter what the court says, it's always proof to them that they need to pack the court. Only 100% compliance with the most radical of the left would be sufficient for them to declare any sort of victory. So we see Democrats out there like, oh, this is proof we need to pack the court. Meanwhile, what are Republicans saying? Well, like I said, some are saying, look, it's terrible, it's horrible, we need to find ways, clever ways that we could get around it, etc., etc. Now, what I've been told is Trump is a fucking lunatic that never follows these court decisions. But actually, when it comes to the Supreme Court, Trump basically has abided by them. It was Joe Biden that used to brag about, oh, we're going to find ways around it. The court said no, but we're going to find ways around it. So surely Trump was out there saying, we're going to ignore the court, etc., right? Surely that's what he was doing, right?
I guess I have to accept it's the Supreme Court, so I'll accept. I think it's very bad for our nation. We're the only nation that does it. No other nation does that birthright citizenship. No, not even close. Some did it, they ended it. It's tremendously destructive. It's extremely costly. I don't know, it's up to them. But in terms of for the good of the country, it'd be great if they didn't allow it. It would be great, but I can't tell you. The Slaughter case was the big case today. That was really a big case because it gave strength to presidents and strength to the presidency, a very important case. It's been going on for almost 100 years, think of that. And this was the ruling that really topped everything by a lot today, yeah.
Trump's like, hey, we got to win with the Slaughter case. But now, what am I supposed to do after all these people I've debated? By the way, in case you're wondering, Pisco did come out and his tweets were like, yeah, we got to pack the court. Yes, that's the energy we need to have. Now, what am I supposed to do? We had this loss. Is it my preferences? That's all we're doing now, right? Well, it would be nice if my side won. So now I'm supposed to run around and say pack the court, right? That's what we're supposed to do. That was a 6-3 and 5-4. Hey, if we appoint 5 more conservative justices, if we get Justice Alex Jones and Justice Mike Lindell on the court, all of a sudden, now we got enough, right? That's what we're supposed to do. And yet, where are the Republicans doing this? Now, you remember when I was doing these debates, they said, we know if Republicans had the chance, they would do it. Where are they? Anyone credible in the political system talking about packing the court? No? Huh. But which side is it that's like violating norms and all of that shit? That was the first part I thought was interesting. The second part, and I haven't seen people put this together, I want you to think about the juxtaposition of this. Overwhelmingly, my guess would be, see if you agree with me. Let's just take a number like 85%. I think 85% of Republicans probably unhappy with this decision. And 85, if not higher, I would say higher than that, percent Democrats are very happy with the decision. Anyone disagree? Almost all Democrats are like, yes, that's right. We should overturn Trump's birthright citizenship executive order. I mean, that's probably 95 to 99% of Democrats. I would say well over 85% of Republicans are pissed off about this ruling. Anyone disagree before we move forward? That seems, to me, about right. But we'll see if anyone disagrees. I think that's about right. If someone wants to disagree, I guess I'll address what their concerns are with this. So Republicans overwhelmingly like bad decision. Democrats overwhelmingly good decision. Now, keep that in mind. And now I'm going to show you a story that seems unrelated that you're going to quickly see. I see what's going on here. Here's CNN from the other day, maybe yesterday, doing polling on the parties proud to be Americans.
You know, among Republicans, 93% are extremely or very proud. Just one, a single one, say they have little to no pride in being an American. But look over at the Democratic side. This is where we've seen this extremely or very number. It's been taking a tumble at 27%, which is way different than the 93. You do the quick math with me here. What is that? That's a 66-point difference here in terms of extremely or very. But look at this. The little or no proud to be an American actually among Democrats eclipses is greater than the extremely or very proud number. So we are just living in such a different universe if you're a Republican versus a Democrat on the basic fundamental question of being proud to be an American.
Now, I haven't seen anyone draw this connection. If Republicans are pissed off about the birthright citizenship ruling and Democrats are happy, and Republicans are proud to be American, very proud, and Democrats like, no, we're not. Isn't that interesting? The people that really love America and are proud of it and proud to be an American are like, this ruling sucks. It trivializes American citizenship and basically means anyone in the world can come over here, pop out a baby, and that kid's a citizen. But the Democrats that overwhelmingly aren't as prideful in America, they're like, yay, this is good. Now, if that doesn't tell you all you need to know, yes, they hate America, many of them do, or they're ashamed of America because they don't like the people in there. They don't like Trump. They don't like Trump supporters. They think they should be punished. They want them replaced with foreigners. Then it'll be good. That's why they were all okay with millions upon millions coming through the border. And I've seen this trope as if the debate wasn't won during the election. Let me address, I've seen many left-wing people, including Destiny, making this point over and over. Well, if Republicans cared about the border so much, why did Trump tell them to vote against the border bill, the bipartisan border bill? Well, let me explain to you. The bipartisan border bill would have allowed thousands of people into the country a day, enshrined into law. It would have also given exception power to whoever the executive was, i.e. Biden, could have just waived enforcement, as we saw that he did during his 4 years in office. It also funded a bunch of NGOs that were bringing these people to the border. Meanwhile, Trump was able to solve the problem with the stroke of a pen on day one with almost no people coming through the border. The truth is, the Democrats only pretended to give a shit about this issue because they realized it was a loser during an election year. So all of a sudden, after 3 years of them telling you, there's no problem at the border, there's no problem at the border, there's no problem at the border, they were like, oh, there's a problem. Now trust us, we got this guy Langford, who's a Republican on duty, and now if we just allow 3,000 a day in, over 100,000 a year, and then we could live with that for now until we just roll back on our promise. The Democrats we're always supposed to believe that it was just, shucks, we tried real hard, but they didn't give a fuck about inflation under Biden. They told you how great the economy was all the time when we were pointing out record high inflation. They didn't give a fuck about the record number of people coming across the border. They didn't give a fuck about Biden's obvious cognitive decline. They didn't give a fuck about the lawfare. In fact, they supported it that was going after Trump. And then they want to rewrite history. So yeah, Trump didn't want a terrible bill enshrined into law that would have hamstrung him when he came into office, that they would have said, Republicans just helped enshrine in law that these 3,000 that are coming a day are legal. Why would they put that in law? No, Trump, you must let them in. And they would have fought it in court. That's what they would have done. Why would Trump want to be hamstrung by that? We're supposed to believe the people that were happy with all of these illegals coming in for 3 years, now they're really concerned. And they really are pushing this bill because they want to limit the amount of people coming in. Bullshit. It was the best deal that they thought they could get to continue to allow people to come through. They had to pretend to give a shit for an election year. But again, what they want to do is pretend like, it was just a mistake. No, it wasn't. They were getting exactly what they wanted with the border numbers. And they'll get it again if they win. That's why they're so happy with today. They're not proud to be an American. They're ashamed of the people in this country. After all, America's oppressors, right? And they're fans of the victims, of the oppressed. Open borders, baby. Everyone deserves to come here. And so that's why they're cheering the birthright citizenship. And it's a huge blow. Yet, despite that, they're like, more. Pack the court. We want more. Here's the other thing it's worth saying. Even if this case would have went the other way, it actually, I would have to look into this more, but I believe that I'm correct about this. Trump's executive order, it wasn't like kicking out millions of illegals that had kids here. It was dealing with more of a narrow tailored thing. And I heard Ryan Mullally argue this, and it's actually good. It talks about under the in the jurisdiction thereof, that phrase in the amendment, meaning that, like, if you're a foreign diplomat or you have allegiance to another country, then no, you can't just pop out a kid. But the question of illegals, one of the concurrences even said that, I believe, or one of the dissent, I think it was Kavanaugh, I could be wrong, was like, well, or maybe it was Gorsuch, was like, actually, this would just be for like birther tourism, not like the children of illegals. The horrible truth is this. This case, it would have been a huge win if it went the right way, though it was predictable that it wouldn't. But it still wouldn't have been enough. And so we basically find ourselves in the same position, which is as follows. You need to harden your heart. Millions must go. Some of those millions that must go are good people. I don't give a shit. They have taken advantage of our good nature to open the border because they fucking hate us and want us replaced. And we must start treating it as such. That's the truth. I give Trump all the credit in the world for what he was able to accomplish as an outsider coming in, winning in 2016. I talk about good things that he's done all the time. I talk about how the alternative is far worse. This is just step one. Make no mistake. Our opponents, we talk about it every night with Charlie Kirk, right? Look what they did with Kirk, how they assassinated, cheered it on. Those that didn't cheer it were like, well, but he was a fascist, like the New York Times. They're not going to stop. It's not going to stop. The battle is now for the normies. Can you convince the normies that they need to stop being browbeaten by this suicidal empathy that they have to bring in all these people that mean that their children are going to live in a country filled with foreigners that hate them? Or do we lose? Let's say that you could see in a crystal ball and 50 years from now, we're finally turning the corner and we're winning. We've had win after win after win. Even in that world, there's going to be setbacks. It's going to take a long time. It's going to be a long, hard-fought battle. So things like this are predictable. But I do agree with the message that it's not to get discouraged. One of the things that happens then today is this goof from NPR puts out a story that Alito's retiring. Now, she since apologized and said what she heard was they were announcing retirements. It could be people that weren't justices. And she immediately ran out without hearing any more and was like, Alito's retiring. The truth is, if Republicans lose the midterms, which is likely, Democrats will not allow Trump to appoint another justice. They're going to bog down Trump and his administration in impeachments, investigations, etc. And there's a good chance that that will make Trump and Republicans unpopular, and Democrats will have a good chance to win in 2028. If that's the case, and the Democrats are able to either pack the court or to make the court more liberal justices than conservatives in a serious way, that's all she wrote. That's it. You're going to see everything's racist. You're not allowed to do anything. You can't fire a federal employee. It'll be racist. You can't prevent people from getting into the country. It would be racist. So to anyone that's out there saying, vote Democrat in the midterms, you understand that maybe the most important thing, the Supreme Court, you've basically doomed it. Doomed it. We're going to go back to Roe v. Wade. We're going to go back to trans in sports. All of the court victories, Chevron deference will be back. That's what we're looking at. The fight must be continue to try to win elections through the Republican Party and then primary people and work with organizations that could steer this country in the right direction. Run for office yourself. Support people in primaries that know what the fight is. That's where we're at. Because it's entirely plausible that Alito and Thomas, the two best justices we have, aren't going to make it past 2028. Then we're really fucked. It's already bad. So if I could make a push to say, don't get blackpilled by this. Instead, motivate yourself to work harder. Let's read some super chats. Lavin, $5 says the standard's been set. We are now supposed to riot because we didn't get our way in the court, right? Of course. That's how it works, right? Vita, $2 says, Pisco said even if all 9 justices are left wing, we should still pack the court. That's right. And you do have to give them credit for always being on the offense. They don't give a shit. We won that court case, so what? It took too long. It was too close. We don't give a shit that we won. Pack the court. More. It's easy when you're a miserable sack of shit that's perpetually pushing for the victim class. Those of us that have fun in life and have families and have other priorities, We like to turn it. I'm as guilty as anyone. I like to turn it off. All right, well, go have fun. I'm going tomorrow to see the Minions movie. There are people on the left that are fighting this battle 24/7. They count on you becoming disinterested. That's why they do so good in off-year elections. They know that most people, I don't want to pay much attention to politics. And they take advantage of that. So, 1 second. Give me a second. I'll pull something up. I was going to wait to talk about Turning Point USA a little more, but I think we're going to jump in. I've been given permission. I don't think it's a big deal to play this video. Let's start with this, because some of the characters, or at least the character archetypes within this video, are going to become important with what I talk about with Turning Point. But before I play that, let me re-up what I said yesterday and talk about this a little. I think there's different types of personalities that you see online, right? That are arguing politics and there are just straight up grifters. Then there are people that aren't grifters at all, but they're not really interested in how to practically apply things. They're more like philosophers. This is how it ought to be. Maybe you'd see a lot of people that are like this, that are like very pure libertarians. How do we get, like some libertarians, like my friends Casimir or Fabian Liberty, they would be like, yeah, we're willing to vote for people that are part of the state, that even though we theoretically disagree, it's a building block to getting closer to where we want. But there are libertarians that are just like, no, we can't vote in that sense because it's sort of voting for a state which we reject. But it's not just that. There are people that would call themselves conservative or Democrat or liberal or socialist or whatever, that are more interested in pontificating about like the ideal world than actually trying to put things into practice. Now, I think that there's certainly a place for that, and that could be admirable. And we all need to have some sort of thinking into what our worldview is, and at some point say that it gets to a point where you can't compromise anymore. I understand that. But I fall somewhere in the spectrum of saying that I find, despite the fact that I truly believe that the actual globalist, and I talk about this, my worldview is as such, that there are a bunch of globalists that seek to erode nation states. And the reason they want to do it is varying. But it has to do basically with the fact that they just view themselves as basically a separate species than the rest of us. They feel that they know what's best for the world, and some of them might genuinely care about you. Many of them don't, though. You're no different than like useful worker bees or something like that to them. But they should be in charge, and you're just a stumbling block to that. So they'll treat you with indifference until you're actively in their way, and then they treat you with aggression. And they want things like one government so that it's easier to navigate and consolidate power, and so that people don't have an ability to push back against them as much. And I think that they view the biggest impediment to that as middle-class people in the developed world. And so one of the ways they seek to go about that is to erode the nation state boundary and make you shameful of your ancestry, of your country, import millions upon millions of people to change the demographics so there's no longer this idea of pride in the country. After all, you're just GDP go up, you're just a cog. So we could take you from the United States and we'll put you over here in Brazil, and then you'll work in that factory and good, you'll do better there, and we'll take the guy in India and we'll move him to the United States, and et cetera, et cetera. That's what's going on. Do I believe that the people are ideologically left-wing? Some of them, but most not. These ones at the top that want this. But they realize that the left is a useful tool to get what they want. They realize by playing this sort of cultural Marxist game, demonizing white people, demonizing the Western world, etc., and embracing victimhood and the oppressor versus oppressed dichotomy, that they're able to consolidate power. So for me, on the ground right now, the easiest way to fight back is to push back against these left-wing impulses. And I want real-world victories. I don't want just, I told you so victories or hypothetical philosophical victories while the country continues to go in a negative direction. I want cultural victories. I want political victories. I want economic victories. I am not like people. Look, I got to be honest. I'm not a philosopher. I'm not. I'm not even a great student of world history. I'm more like a blunt instrument. I don't like the fucking left at all. I want them crushed. Not the people necessarily, the ideas. The irony, of course, is under my worldview, the closer it gets, the better off these miserable fucking lefties would be, most of them. I want the entertainment industry to have more right-wingers. I want the media to have more right-wingers. I want business owners to be more right-wingers. I want social media to have people running it that are more right-wingers. I want our political system to have actual real right-wingers and conservatives advocating for us. I want people in my world of rural America to have their voices heard and their opinions heard. I want people that are advocating for them culturally. I want people that are advocating for them economically and politically. I want their lives to matter in the grand scheme of things and for them to be celebrated for the great people they are. I want pride in our country. I want conservative and Christian causes to win over and over. I want our small streamers to crush the left-wing small streamers. I want our big streamers to crush the left's big streamers. I want our activist group to crush the left-wing activist groups. I want our radio shows to crush the left-wing radio shows. I want it all. That's what I want. Now, the problem is, I'm one person. Who the hell am I? I'm lucky. I made some good friends. My friend Carlos helped me get involved in politics here in Pennsylvania after I ran for Congress. My friend Doug McClinko, who's Bradford County Commissioner out here, great dude, helped me meet some actual people that are Pennsylvania GOP, that are congressmen, that are state senators, judges, etc. I've had Congress people on my show, which for some dude like me who's a nobody is something. I've helped write speeches for local politicians that are running for like office in Harrisburg. I've helped planning strategy for federal politicians here in Pennsylvania. I made friends with Andrew Wilson, which was my good fortune, who's not only a good friend of mine, who's a very talented guy. And one of the things Andrew does far better than me is networks. And he has a lot of contacts with some actual people with real cultural and political power, in addition to having some of that himself. I've met with Scott Pressler, trying to get people to register to vote into pushing messaging that we think would help the Republican Party. But here's the thing. The more you want to make practical, real-world change, the more you're going to need other people. Unless you're truly spectacular and in incredible circumstances like a Donald Trump or an Elon Musk, you're going to have some sort of organization, coalition, people around you. And here's the problem. If you're a free-thinking person, there's no person out there that totally agrees with you politically. There's just not. It doesn't exist. I don't agree 100% with Andrew Wilson or with Rachel Wilson or with Steven Crowder or with Ben Shapiro or with Tucker Carlson or with Donald Trump or with J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio or Ron DeSantis, even Rush Limbaugh, Andrew Breitbart. I would have disagreements with all of them. So if that's true, how will there ever be an organization or a political party made up of many people that I'll totally agree with? It's not possible. So at some point you have to say, are you willing to work with people that you may not 100% agree with? And my answer is yes. Because in effect, I was fated to be a nobody. A guy from a very poor town in no-name Pennsylvania, hanging out with the best people in the world, random blue-collar workers in this area. That's it. No access to power, no access to big money. And I've been fortunate to claw my way into some potential people that actually have a voice. I went down and helped coach Turning Point USA, which is not only one of the largest conservative organizations in the country, but probably hands down, easily, far and away, the most influential organization for trying to attract young people to conservative values. Do I agree with everything that Turning Point's ever done or with their political positions? No. Did I agree with everything Charlie Kirk did? No. But I liked them. And I thought overwhelmingly it was an organization that I supported. And truth be told, I learned more about it, unfortunately, after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I knew it was a huge organization that was doing great things on college campuses, but I didn't look into it that much. I got an opportunity to go down and work for that organization and help train many of the debaters they have coming up into hopefully making cultural and political impacts. I'm sitting in a room with people that have a direct line of communication to the Trump administration. And not just tangentially, like direct. Why wouldn't I take that? It's an incredible opportunity. And you're damn right I would be willing to work with them again, and I hopefully will be. But I would do the same with The Blaze. I would do the same with the Daily Wire. And many other conservative organizations. I'm willing to work with people, all sorts of people, in an efforts to coalesce and destroy the left. Yeah, our boy Max Pacheco, yeah. That's why I went down and worked with Turning Point. If I could distill it beyond that to wanting to work with people that actually have an organization that could actually make cultural and political change because of the size of the organization, because of the political connections, because of the influence. But if I had to distill it further, it's quite simply this. I refuse to accept that the left could kill one of the best of us and have it be an incredible political boon to them. Fuck them. I will not accept that. And so whatever I could do to help that organization, there's no filling Charlie Kirk's boots. That's not going to happen. He had a unique skill set, was a generational talent. There could be people that are good at some of the things he did, but no one will be exactly him. And it's his organization that he created through his own sweat equity. So it'll never be the same, but it could continue to be immensely effective. And any part I could do, albeit small, to help that come true, I'm more than willing to do. I won't leave these violent fucks win to the best of my ability. But it is a bit surreal. You're talking to people. To me, like, listen, the assassination of Charlie Kirk is that's a generational story. It's so much more than that. It cheapens it to look at it that way. But it will be taught in history books. Like other assassinations of political figures and cultural figures, like John Lennon or something like that. And it's a bit surreal to be talking to the players. It's odd for a guy like me. It's a strange thing. And one of the things I've noticed, for all my life, I've heard conspiracy theories. Again, I've partaken in a great many. I'm not just saying it pejoratively, that term, conspiracy theorist. But one of the things that's crazy is, it never occurred to me, really, in the abstract, I'm sure it did, but to really think about, so many of the players are just regular people that are put in, maybe they're very talented people, but they're still just people that are put in extraordinary circumstances. And now I find myself at this event. I wasn't the central figure. I got the opportunity largely because of Andrew. But I think that if you ask the people at Turning Point, up to and including Andrew Colvett, he would say Rob did a phenomenal job. And I might have an opportunity in the future to be working with him more, which I would happily accept under the right conditions, obviously. But it's the first time in my life that I could see conspiracy theories coming out of that I know are absolutely bullshit because I was there. I saw what was going on. Now, I'm not saying, I know because I talked to certain people exactly what went on with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what was it that was discussed between Andrew Wilson and Turning Point? What nefarious shit went on? And I'm seeing these theories that are going on that's laughable. And now look, I don't know what to say other than to explain to you my side of it. And of course there are going to be people like, bullshit. You're involved. You're lying. Okay? And I certainly wasn't privy to every conversation, but I will tell you what I saw versus what we hear being said. It's incredible. So I'm going to read some super chats, then I'm going to play you a video, and then we are going to discuss some of this stuff. But the great Wade Boggs, what an absolute legend, $100 says, I have a dream that one day all whip songs will be enjoyed equally, not judged by the versions on its wheel, but by the character of the wheel's content. And for those about to whip, we salute you. Thank you, Wade. Really appreciate it, man. Remember, get the super chats in. We didn't reach the goal yesterday. It'd be great to reach it here today, coming in the end of the month. But so the first thing I want to do is, because you have to understand, for me, I'm friends with Andrew. I'm like, here's the Crucible. Here's the lane the Crucible's in, right? That's their lane. I, as a friend of Andrew and someone that's contracted with them from time to time, sometimes I dip into that lane And I'm heading in the same direction, but I'm my own person. Not an official employee or any shit like that at this point. So a lot of the drama that Andrew gets into with specific characters, I'm not party to. I watch like the rest of you. Maybe I talk to Andrew and we joke about it here and there. Like I'm aware that Brian Shaprio was sending these text messages saying, Turning Point USA hates you guys. I knew about that before Andrew told you all about it. But basically, I'm just with you. I see the shit from the outside. So a lot of these characters, I just know from the interactions I see publicly that happen with them on X or when Andrew or others are talking about them on YouTube. So just to give you, and besides it's funny as shit, just to give you a little bit of just the absurdity of it in a humorous way, the Crucible is doing a tremendous job putting out these cartoons, and I'm going to link it, and I hope that you'll go, if you haven't watched, like this video. Even if you're not an Andrew Wilson fan, my goodness, these cartoons are absolutely hilarious. So we're going to watch the newest one, The Legion of Coom, Episode 2, because some of the characters in here are going to be relevant. So here we go. It's 8 minutes, and that's okay. My vocal cords could use the break. Here we go.
Meanwhile, at the headquarters of those curmudgeonly captains of calamity, the sinister Legion of Coom, a hero captured. The Coomslayer himself is a prisoner of dastardly destiny and his degenerate
Actually,
crew,
this isn't
who
even...
now decide...
I just wanted one clip. This isn't even the one I wanted. You can check that one out. We don't have to watch the whole 8-minute video. I wanted to just see one person. Z from Unfuck America. That's who I'm looking for. And the big thing I wanted to show you was, we saw this on the Crucible today. Where's it at? Yeah. All right, here we go. Okay. Here we go. This is what I wanted. This is Z from Unfuck America.
The angriest and also most f***ing repulsive woman on Earth. I played this stinking city like a harp from hell. Lauren.
Let's see. Now I could show you. Now she does Unfuck America, which was like this organization that was trying to do like the Charlie Kirk thing, going to college campuses, and they were following Turning Point and doing counter events. That's where you saw like Destiny would be at these events doing a similar thing. That's where I was making fun of them because Erudite was security for them. Now, apparently Z did talk to Andrew on a Spaces today or a TikTok today. Something to that effect. Oh, if you haven't seen them, they're great. This is the first episode. I think they're hilarious. But I'm not going to steal the thunder. The more I think about it, I'm not going to play the whole thing. So you have all these characters, some that are in there and some elsewise, and they're sort of pontificating on all of this shit that's going on with what was Andrew really doing down there. Now, I'm not big time or anything of that. I'm just a guy. I happen to be there. I was a former debate coach. In college, I was very successful. I was a collegiate debater. And I think I was the right person for the job. It was nice to go down there with Andrew. I think Andrew's a fantastic debate coach. But I started to see things that were being talked about that are just laughable. And there's a lot of accounts that you could look to that have been saying this. So Andrew comes out and basically announces, hey, I'm going to be debunking a lot of these Candace Owens type conspiracies, or at least willing to talk to the people that are discussing these. Let's have conversations. And I see sort of some of these things that are going on, and I was there. Now, I was not privy to every conversation that Andrew Wilson had with the people at Turning Point, but I was privy to a lot of it. And I certainly was privy to all of the conversations about what our role was in the capacity of coaching for debate. And so I will talk about some of that. But here are the types of things that are being said. So this guy, Project Constitution, who apparently, Andrew apparently said is like somehow connected to Unfuck America or something like that, maybe. He puts out this video of Andrew talking about us at Turning Point. So let's play the video first. It's 40 seconds.
Hey, where'd you go for a week? Well, TPUSA hired me to go down and train its new crop of debaters. So that's what I did. Went over to their Capitol compound in Arizona, and I started training their debaters. Now, you see, I was not very thrilled. Not very thrilled. The course trajectory of how these campus debates might go without them having the correct talking points and knowing how to do the correct debates.
All right, that's the clip. So here we have Project Constitution. And he's gonna jump in here. All right, here's what he has to say. He says, Turning Point exposed. Andrew Wilson just admitted two very revealing things. First, they are widely unpopular, Turning Point that is, and that their speakers are going to get destroyed in college debates. That is not what Turning Point told us. Turning Point did not say we're wildly unpopular. No such thing. They were honest about the blow that losing Charlie Kirk had done to Turning Point, which is understandable. Anyone would predict that. Any major political organization, if they lose the creator and leader of that organization, probably, at least in the immediacy, isn't going to continue to be as strong as they were. But do you really think, just use your head here for a second, do you really think that Turning Point reached out to Andrew and to me and said, hey, we're massively unpopular and we're going to get crushed in debates. Can you guys come down here? Does that even sound like something that an organization would say? Does that sound like it? I assure you that's not what they said. No, what they said was they had very talented people that they were looking to put investments into that are young and up and coming. And they wanted people to help take them to the next level, to be able to not just be good debaters, but to be good in this sort of format of these quick on-campus debates. That's what they said. They didn't say, we know our people are going to get crushed. They didn't say that. So it's just laughable, and nowhere in Andrew's little video there did he say that. The next point that's made. Second, they're openly feeding them scripted talking points to repeat. This confirms what many of us have suspected. The new batch of copy and paste influencers aren't speaking from their own convictions. They're just repeating propaganda Turning Point tells them to push. Now, Andrew said there wasn't happy with their talking points. Here's what Andrew's really saying. What Andrew's saying there is there's going to be this narrative, and you already see it, that like, oh, Andrew's going to change. His beliefs are now going to be whatever Turning Point tells him he has to have. The opposite is more close to being true. That Andrew hopes that some of his beliefs rub off on Turning Point and the people that Turning Point are training. As far as the idea, though, of actually feeding specific talking points that they have to say, it was quite the opposite. At the insistence of both Andrew and myself. Now, a lot of what happens when you're talking about, and I don't want to talk about private conversations or anything too much, but I'll talk about this sort of in the way that these things would commonly be done, and I think you'll understand exactly what I mean. Let's say that like the University of Maryland or the University of North Dakota contacts me and says, hey, can you come help coach our debate team? What they're looking for is probably not me to come in and say, this is what you say against abortion. This is what you say against tariffs. This is what you say against Iran. What they want me to do is to come in and help people figure out how they could take their beliefs and what they want to talk about and formulate it into a better debate strategy and tactics to be a more competent and effective debater, which is exactly what we did. In fact, we said we don't even give a shit to tell you what we think about specific issues necessarily. There are a lot of issues that young people may be interested in, particularly young conservatives. But we're not interested in telling you this is what we think on it. I don't mind that. But that's not the utility. That does nothing. It's like this. Are there any chess players out there? I'm a very novice chess player. I enjoy it. I'm ranked about 1,200, I think, on Rapid on chess.com. So I'm not very good, but I'm okay, I guess. Anyone out there play chess? In chess, you have openings. They'll be named. I like to play the Jabava London when I'm white. When I'm black, I usually like playing the French defense. Now, I know enough about chess and I enjoy watching chess videos. One of the things they tell you, if you don't play chess, just know this. There are opening moves. There's theory. Oh, if your opponent moves to this square, you move here. And usually an opening's like 5 or 6 moves, maybe. Sometimes less than that. And what happens is people memorize these moves. Oh, they move here, I move here. They move here, I move here. They move here, I move here. Bam, now we're out of the opening. But what a good chess coach will tell you is just memorizing those moves is not good. You should know why you are making those moves. That's what's important. Because if you're just memorizing moves, as soon as you're out of memorization, you're going to be like, what am I doing here? What was the point of moving all of these pieces this way? I don't know. And now your opponent's going to beat you, even though you made the 6 right moves to start the game, because you didn't understand the theory of why those moves were the correct moves. You're going to lose. And so you might win some easy matchups, but as soon as you start to play competent players, you're just going to get crushed. Debate's sort of the same way. I learned this when I was teaching collegiate debate. If I go on and say, just say this, you might win against an unskilled opponent, but as soon as you debate anyone who's capable of pushing back, like, well, why do you think that? What went into that? You're just going to be like, So the talking point is irrelevant, really. The best way to go about it is to say, give me an issue. What is it that you really want to talk about that you believe? I believe this. I think tariffs are good. Great, let's roll with that. Now, here's some of the things that people are going to say against you. Why do you think tariffs are good, though? Like, let's hear it so that you could push back against those things they're going to say. Where's your foundation? Where's your worldview? Where's the worldview that's pushing back on tariffs? How do you effectively encapsulate that idea in the exact format that you're going to be? How do you push back against certain types of arguments? The specific argument isn't as important as understanding all of the things that go into an argument. That's what we were teaching. Now, you could have a debate lesson on specific topics and specific positions, but that's not entry level 4 hours. That's like 40 hours later. So the idea that turning points like, oh, well, we have talking points. Debater A, you have to say this, couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, we were specifically saying, tell us the issue you believe in the most. There were certain things that came up, like, for example, one topic that came up was immigration. The crowd was very divided on exactly what they'd want to see. It's okay. No problem. So the idea that it's like, Turning Point's like, we're going to get crushed. And here, we just give a script of people of what to say. That is not at all what happened. At all. It's just absolute bullshit. I was there. I was one half of the coaches that were coaching. In fact, I don't think I'm giving away any secrets to say this. One of the big roles that I had there was to be on the left. And what my position was bringing people up one by one and saying, what is the issue that you believe? The issue that you would want to talk about? That's your favorite issue. And they would say, I want to debate Mormonism or Protestant or Orthodox, or maybe they'd say abortion, or maybe they would say trans issue, whatever. We weren't telling them what to say. We were asking, what are your beliefs? Let's help you get better at defending them. So it's just so funny to see this shit. There's. And then this guy continues. It's honestly pathetic. Everything they're doing now goes directly against the principles that Charlie Kirk stood for. He built Turning Point in the idea of teaching young people how to think for themselves and defend their beliefs through open debate, not handing them scripted lines and sending them out to parrot talking points to brainwash America's youth. This isn't the organization Charlie founded, it's something else. To watch these lefties try to Charlie, a great guy, here's what he was trying to push, it's just bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. And by the way, this is coming from left-wing people that have no fucking talent themselves. Like, Unfuck America just shoves Destiny out there and go, there's Destiny, there's Adam Mockler, debate them. These people don't have fucking thought. How many times have you seen me debate people on the left that are just trying to be Destiny clones? How many times have you seen when you debate these people on the left, they're waiting for their talking points of what they're supposed to say? So for these people to be out there projecting, it must be that Andrew and Rob went down there and was just feeding lines. It's bullshit. That's not what happened. At all. Do you really think Turning Point USA was like, you know what? Andrew Wilson and robnoerr, we're going to bring them in so that now Turning Point just says everything Rob and I wish that the organization Turning Point believed everything that I specifically believe. Great. That's not what happened. And no one with two fucking brain cells would think that's the case. So what's going on? Why is this guy saying this? Well, here's the post he had right before it. Warning, do not engage with Andrew Wilson. Word is he was brought into Turning Point headquarters this weekend for one reason, to act as their new attack dog. The goal is to bait people into saying something legally reckless so they could run to court and try to shut everyone up. Okay, so the theory here is not that Turning Point's an organization that's like, look, we want to get this tragedy behind us. We want to honor the life of Charlie Kirk. And people are saying the most heinous shit possible to us. And we just don't want to deal with it because it's so ridiculous. And so there are people out there like Andrew that's pushing back against this shit. And we're talking to them and we want them to come in and help coach debate. By the way, before anyone asks, it did not come up once in our coaching of debate, theories about Turning Point or Erica Kirk, etc. Not once at all in the entire coaching of debate we did. That's the truth. But now the theory is this. They brought Andrew in to bait people into saying slanderous things that they could be sued for. Okay, if that's the case, what was Andrew doing for like months? Or even me to a lesser extent when I was debating people, or we were debating people on these theories. You think that's what was going on? Or now Turning Point was like, ooh, Andrew, Rob, When you debate these people, forget about winning the argument. Just try to get them to say something slanderous. I guess you could make that same accusation about anyone. Oh, I don't want to debate Destiny, or I don't want to debate Candace Owens, or I don't want to debate Jake Shields because they're just trying to goad me into saying something slanderous so they could sue me. What a fucking joke. I'm not saying that there won't be law. I'm unprivy to any of that shit. I mean, I suppose if you're out there saying someone's a murderer and they're not, they may decide that they want to pursue some sort of litigation. But that's not what was going on. Oh, don't debate this guy that's talking about these things because there's some sort of nefarious intent. So those of you that are saying that like Erica Kirk's a murderer or that Netanyahu did this or Turning Point was involved, whatever you do, don't talk to Andrew because it could be nefarious. What a bunch of fucking cowards. Let me tell you a conspiracy theory I believed. I believed that Hunter Biden was basically working as a foreign lobbyist at the behest of his family for Burisma and was communicating with his father to use his position as VP to do things that would benefit the company he was working at. If the Bidens decided we're going to hire Mark Elias to push back on the people that are saying this, and Mark Elias said, hey, robnoerr, do you want to come talk? What do you think I would have said? Yes, of course, because I'm confident in what I'm saying. So yes, I wouldn't have said, oh no, you're just an attack dog. Why is it that these people are so confident? But as soon as someone who's a competent debater is like, sure, I'll talk to you about this, they're like, oh, no, we can't do that. Because what it is they're not interested in getting to the truth. They're interested in a struggle session. They want to bring someone in like Erica Kirk or Andrew Colvett. And as soon as they get in the room with them, it's already a perceptive win. Ah, see? Now they're forced to talk about this. When did you stop beating your wife? And just grill them over and over again to get all the talking points to further your conspiracy and continue to grift money. Someone who's more prepared says, wait a minute, I don't have skin in that game. Now all of a sudden, they're not so brave. Now it's, oh, don't talk to Andrew. He continues. The man has no real skin in the game and zero upside for anyone actually doing the work. He's just the latest useful idiot they're rolling out to do their dirty work while they hide behind him. The people who actually need to be on the record are Tyler Boyer, Andrew Colvett, and Blake Neff. You three have spent the last 10 months hiding behind other people, attacking everyone asking questions, and refusing to address the serious issues surrounding Charlie's assassination and what happened at Turning Point since. These people actually feel they're entitled to say that people were involved in the planning or complacent in the planning of a murder, and so now they must answer. Fuck you! Fuck you. You ain't entitled to shit from these people. You want to go out there and say that, oh, I don't believe this, blah, blah, blah. But am I supposed to say like, oh, I'm entitled to answers on Uranium One for fucking Hillary Clinton? I don't want to hear other people talk about it. We want Hillary Clinton. Of course I'd love to talk to Hillary. But the idea that they're just going to go out there and like, we demand that, fuck you. I don't blame these people for not saying shit. Some of these people are absolute fucking disgusting assholes that are blaming a grieving widow, that are blaming the friends and coworkers. Now, they have every right, to an extent, to theorize on anything they want. But to act like, oh, the fact that this person won't come out and fucking answer my questions and my theory about them possibly being involved in a murder. Fuck you. If I'm accused of murder and I hire an attorney to go out and give a statement, am I hiding? The point is this. There are people that are talented rhetoricians and conspiracy theorists that could go out there and twist everything you say. So the more you talk about it, the more ammunition. And you just want it to go away. There's a fucking trial coming up about the murder of Charlie Kirk. Regardless of what you believe, if you were someone who was at Turning Point, would you risk jeopardizing that trial of the guy you honestly believe killed your friend and the founder of your organization? So what? Unfuck America? Or Candace Owens? Or Dan Blazarian? Or Baron whatever? Can fucking feel good? Fuck that. Here's another one that I think's amazing. This is Z from Unfuck America, who I showed you that. So you ready for this shit? You ready to have your mind blown? Did you know Turning Point brought in some dude like Andrew Wilson that criticized Charlie and Erica in the past and Turning Point in the past? No!
Erica Kirk has started hiring people and giving them paid positions at Turning Point that openly hated Charlie Kirk. So let's talk about it. If this is the first time you're seeing...
I love... Where did this affect take you? So let's talk about... Yeah, okay.
I run the largest counter to Turning Point USA on the left, and in the next few weeks, we have some serious receipts dropping on Turning Point that I don't want you to miss, so please...
Oh, the Lord... Yeah, I mean, they're huge, man. When I think Turning Point, I think Unfuck America. Like, same level, sure.
Please go ahead and hit that follow button. Okay, really quick to catch you up. So over this past weekend, Turning Point put on the Pick Up the Mic initiative, which is basically a giant event for a bunch of college students to compete against each other so that they can find the next Charlie Kirk to continue his legacy on college campuses. Well, that was a giant failure, but what was even more of a failure...
What was a failure about it? Did you expect someone was going to come up and be as good as Charlie Kirk to start with? Or is it them trying to find people that really believe in conservative values and the mission of Turning Point, that they're trying to give the tools to become someone that can eventually become more influential like Charlie? Unlike Unfuck America, which is a resounding success, isn't it?
Was the fact that Andrew Wilson was there. Yeah, Andrew Wilson, the guy that Charlie Kirk hated so much that he wouldn't even let him into Turning Point events.
When did that happen? Is that like Brian Shaprio saying, everyone at Turning Point hates you, Andrew? Hey, maybe I'm unaware. Is there some sort of communication where Charlie Kirk was like, I hate Andrew Wilson. I refuse to leave him into events? Or was Turning Point doing their own thing and they didn't send a ticket to Andrew? Are you telling me if Andrew bought a ticket, they weren't going to allow him in? Is that what's happening? Can I see some sort of proof?
And I thought that he was just there to make an appearance for the kids, but apparently, according to him, he is now getting a paid position from Turning Point to be their community liaison for the conspiracy theory.
Now, I was there. I was not paid for that. I was there to be a debate coach, and Andrew was there to be a debate coach. Whether or not he had discussions with them about becoming a paid member of Turning Point to deal with conspiracy theories, I don't know about the details of a paid relationship. What I do know is Andrew, I don't think I'm spilling any tea here to say, Andrew was like, y'all need to go on offense against this shit and support people that are going on offense against these fucking ridiculous conspiracy theorists. Which I agree.
While he was getting his ass beat today by all the conspiracy theorists that are supporting Candace Owens, I decided to jump in.
While he was getting his ass beat, and this is code for a bunch of people on a space or whatever just scream and say nothing.
And give him a little helping hand. Watch this. Is that you're pretending like you actually gave a shit about Charlie Kirk when you didn't.
Okay,
you
great.
never cared about him while he was alive. You don't care about him now that he's dead.
Sure.
By the way, this is actually them. They're pretending like they give a shit. Oh, well, can you believe Erica, poor Erica, fuck them. They didn't care about Charlie Kirk. That other dude said at one point, we're more like Charlie than you. They try to act like they gave a shit. They're happy that he's fucking dead.
You're just trying to clout
I
chase
know,
off of this
I know,
shit because
I'm
you know it gets
awful.
views.
Do you have proof?
Oh, you want a proof, Andrew? Well, here's your proof. Is
I'm sure that wasn't cut off at a selective point.
this you that tweeted this back in 2021? Nobody likes Charlie Kirk, not even Charlie Kirk. And is this you saying that Erica Kirk was an absolutely terrible leader? This was, by the way, just back in April, so it wasn't even that long.
So the first one was from 2021. JD Vance also at one point said how bad Trump was. I think if you asked Andrew, he would say, yeah, he had significant disagreements with Charlie Kirk, particularly with their sort of women's leadership initiatives, which he had strong opinions against and was very vocal. Yeah. As far as saying Erica was not a good leader, yeah, that's probably something that Andrew believes. He's not a big fan of women in leadership roles in political organizations in the first place. And secondly, I think there's a lot of criticism that you could levy at what Turning Point has not done, including going on the offense against some of these disgusting fucking people since Charlie's death. And
Ago. Oh, and is this you as well, calling Erica Kirk a slur? Yeah, so
what was the slur here? What was the slur? Oh, the R word. Said in March that she was too stupid, basically, to be involved in the assassination of Charlie. Okay.
Andrew, I don't think you're ever going to win a debate against me because I'll be able to pull all my receipts back from the beginning of time on your ass. And for the rest of you, don't forget to follow me to unfollow.
Now, speaking of clout chasers, there you go. Oh, you're just there for clout. Well, let's stack it up. Z going after Andrew. I think Andrew's one of the biggest conservative live streamers that we see on places like YouTube. Who the fuck is Z? So as always, they project exactly what they are. Let me explain something. It is entirely possible to say, I don't like what Charlie Kirk did with that movement. I don't like what Erica Kirk's doing. I don't like what Andrew Colvette's doing. I think that they're running this organization into the ground. You can believe all of those and say, these fucking conspiracy theories against Turning Point and against Erica Kirk are appalling and disgusting. I didn't see Andrew when I was down there pretending that he never had criticism. In fact, I heard him having conversations with people about the legitimate criticisms he not only had in the past, but still has with Turning Point. That wasn't the issue. It's not like he went down there and was like, oh, I've always been the biggest Turning Point fan. No. He said in this particular instance, there are two things that align with me that I think are worth fighting for. One, helping train debaters of the future that are conservatives through this organization that's heavily invested in that. Great. Second, the injustice that's being done to Erica Kirk and to Turning Point by these fucking conspiracy theorists. That's it. Z is actually exactly what she's criticizing Andrew. She's doing this for clout. Do you think if Andrew would have never ran into Turning Point, you think his channel would have still been doing pretty good? Yep. Dude's been on Joe Rogan. His wife's been on Joe Rogan. He's done almost every big show. He could go on whatever anytime he wants and make tens of thousands of dollars. He has thousands of people that watch him every night that he streams. Trigonometry had him on. Piers Morgan has him on regularly. You think that Andrew was sitting there and was like, if only I could catch my big break and get down there to the Turning Point? Now, you could say that about me. That's a more plausible scenario because I have a very small following by comparison. But not Andrew. So the idea of clout chasing is fucking laughable. Almost a syndicated radio host. But then furthermore, it's sort of funny. This is one of the things I always say about Andrew. Everybody in this space is pretending to be the nicest guy in the world, and then so many of them are assholes that'll stab you in the back as soon as they have an opportunity. Andrew's like the opposite. Andrew's a bastard in many of his interactions that you see with online, but he's like one of the legitimately nicest guys in the world. He ain't gonna like you if you're like against his ideology, like if you're some trans advocate or some shit. I don't know if Andrew was mentioned on Joe Rogan. This guy, though. Andrew said mean things about Charlie and Erica and their capability as conservatives and if they were likable and how they were running the organization. Yep. And yet he thinks what's happening is an injustice that he wants to be part of dealing with because he fucking hates these people, what he thinks, in my opinion as well, horrible fucking people that are doing these heinous shit, spreading these conspiracy theories. Lefties like Z are pretending like they give a shit about someone like Erica or Turning Point or Charlie, when in reality, they're more than happy to see the organization fail. So when they're out there like, oh, this is a bad strategy move for Turning Point, why would anyone listen to these people who want Turning Point to fail? That's the difference. Andrew was open with his feelings and still said, fuck yeah, I can still work with you. You want to see the shit Andrew said about me the first time we interacted? So? Maybe Z's not aware. Maybe the left isn't aware. She might sound like a man, but she doesn't understand what it's like to be a man. Hey, fuck you, you asshole. You're an idiot. And then 3 weeks later, like, yeah, fuck, we'll do this project. Why not? The truth is they're scared. That's why they're telling people, don't interact with this guy. No. We'll only talk to Andrew Colvin or Erica Kirk or the other people that are high up at Turning Point. Fuck you. If you believed in your arguments, then you'd be out there making them. There's a reason lefties like Z and those that unfuck America are celebrating the conspiracy theories that people like Candace and such are saying. You can't, not too hard to connect the dots and see that. As long as the right's infighting with themselves, oh boy, then the left can achieve the authoritarian dreams that they want. I want to coalesce the right. I don't want to see right-wing fucking grifters that are spreading nonsense conspiracy theories to get the right to fight each other. If I was running Turning Point, you know what I would do? I would hire someone like Andrew to deal with this shit, and I'd say, we're going to be centrally focused on winning the fucking midterms to the best of our ability. We're going to be focused on the SAVE Act. We're going to be focused on the fact the left wants to pack the courts. That's what we're doing. We don't have time for this nonsense, bullshit conspiracy stuff, so we're going to hand it off to this guy. And you know what? Maybe this guy doesn't even agree with everything we're saying politically. But you know what he does agree with us on? That these motherfucking lunatics need dealt with. And the reason that you see groups on the left like Unfuck America and their cretins gnashing their teeth about it's because they know that's effective. That's why they're pissed. If they really thought that this was a bad idea, they'd say nothing and laugh. You're silent while your opponent's making mistakes. You're not vocalizing, whatever you do, don't debate them. That's the fucking truth. So it's been very funny to watch them, oh, we have to run from this and blah, blah, blah. I tried to deal with some of these conspiracies. You guys have seen it. People have come on the channel. I've tried to politely go through them. We keep fucking around, and I'm going to start digging into it. But I'll be damned if I'm going to listen to left-wing organizations like Unfuck America, whose entire existence is just grifting off of Turning Point. Oh, don't talk to Andrew. We demand to hear from Andrew Colvin. That's who we... Fuck you. But it's so weird to like I was showing with that Project Constitution guy. Here's his 292,000 followers here on X. Not affiliated with or endorsed by Turning Point USA, aka Toilet Paper USA. Wow. Clever. What's he believe? Well, here, he'll tell you. Oops, sorry. Dear Andrew, in my opinion, Erica Kirk had foreknowledge of Charlie's assassination, has been actively involved in the cover-up that followed. Based on the evidence and patterns I've seen, I believe Erica, Andrew Colvett, and Tyler Borough knew each other well before she was introduced to Charlie. Their connections appear to go back to Romania. I believe Tyler Boyler attempted to set Erica up with Charlie on at least 3 separate occasions before the timing finally worked in their favor. I believe all 3 of them were foreign agents of Israel and were placed around Charlie as handlers. Their job, in my view, was to keep him in line and steer him in the direction they wanted. Toward the end of his life, I believe that Charlie became aware of this arrangement and realized he was essentially living in a real-life Truman Show. This is one of the reasons, in my opinion, that he decided to leave the pro-Israel cause. He also made moves to distance himself from certain people, including removing Tyler Boyer as COO and replacing him with Justin Strieff. Additionally, Charlie had an appointment scheduled for September 15th to update his end-of-life documents, which sadly he didn't make. I interpret that as him planning to remove Erica as his beneficiary. You see this shit? Now, if your spouse dies, and for whatever reason there are massive conspiracy theories that actually you killed your spouse in a plan, and in fact, you were always a plant that was there to keep tabs on your spouse, and then he started to find out, so you murdered him, would you be gung-ho to jump in and debate? Maybe if you're a lunatic like me, maybe not if you're a normal person. You might say, what the fuck? I talk about Charlie and Erica a lot, almost every night in this show. Since the assassination, I've closed talking about the importance of that event, of that assassination, and the exposing the left of what they are, that they celebrated it, and saying prayers to Charlie and his family, Erica, his children, his daughters. We show the clips of Charlie with Erica, of Charlie's daughters running towards him. But maybe I need to be just a little more specific. So I'm going to do so right now. I'm going to take this opportunity. You motherfuckers that are attacking this grieving woman are the scum of the fucking earth. Fuck you. You pieces of shit. You have every right to do it. I don't want to see you get the Alex Jones treatment, which, if there was any karma in the world, you'd probably fucking deserve it. A woman who lost the love of her life, that's trying her best to carry out his wishes and do something that maybe she would have never intended to do, to lead an organization like this, to put a strong face out there, while at the same time she doesn't even have time to grieve, knowing that her children one day will see the vile fucking shit that people are saying about her online. Fuck you people. You're the scum of the fucking earth. I don't blame Erica for not wanting to fucking talk to you or anyone at Turning Point. You didn't give a shit about Charlie. You're grifting off the fact that you're spreading this shit because it gets you attention. And aside from the injustice of it all, and this poor woman having to go through this shit, you also happen to be an enemy of mine in the effect that you're fucking dividing the right at this point when the left is one of the most fucking authoritarian nightmares that you could imagine. So fuck you. And that's been my belief before I ever received a dime to go down to Turning Point, as I've talked about Charlie every fucking night that I've streamed, pretty much. And his family. You fucking ghouls. Now you have every right to say it. I don't give a shit. Have at. But that's my feelings. If I was in the situation of Turning Point, I would not have been so polite to you all. I think I would have been a little more righteously angry. That's not the direction they've went. They have every right to grieve and to mourn and to proceed as they see fit. But fuck you people. And I'll happily tell you people to fuck off if I never get a dime again from Turning Point. Even if they come out and they say, we think Rob Noerr's coaching was dog shit. I'd say, fine, fuck you, but what's happening to you is an injustice. It's disgusting. I feel like Charlie was going to take Erica out of his will. Fuck you. You don't know shit. Maybe the microphone exploded. That must be what happened. And blah, blah, blah. Who benefited? Who benefited, Rob? The fucking grifters that are making money hand over fist. Spreading this shit over and over again. But hey, again, they should have the right to say it. I would think you would jump at the opportunity to prove it by debating someone who many people on the right thinks a very good debater like Andrew Wilson. Have at it. Jump in. But no. Instead, it's excuse after excuse. Well, we'll only talk to Andrew Coulthard or Erica Kirk. I don't give a shit if you all like Turning Point or not. That's irrelevant to whether or not what we see here is fucked up or not. It's enraging. I play that video every night. And I try to look at it and remember what a great guy Charlie was. And it's arrogant of me. But I try to put myself in his shoes just a little. I'll never be as big as Charlie. I know that. I won't be as effective as him. I know. But I'm someone who at least, like a minor leaguer, doing a similar thing that he was. I have a wife. I have a kid. What if someone takes me out? Watch how happy his wife is to see him in that video, how happy his kids are to run to him. And then I remember these motherfuckers celebrating his death. And that motivates me every fucking night to remind myself, that's what we're up against. And so then to watch these assholes monetize, well, we think Erica was involved. Fuck you people. If you're going to say it with your chest. Go out. Debate the people. Particularly if Andrew ends up getting paid by Turning Point. Great. Now he's a representative. Go debate him on it. No? Then shut the fuck up. And I'm tired of these, particularly the people on the left. But all these, everybody now had Charlie's best interest in mind. Fuck you. I've said it before here. I'm not going to sit here and act like, oh, I used to sing Charlie Kirk's praises. I can't recall a time. I think there was one time I talked about Turning Point bringing some like controversial speakers on. I was like, what are they doing? That's it. I never really criticized Turning Point or Charlie, to my knowledge. There were a couple times I would talk about some posts that he made on social media or show a clip of his where I thought he was doing well in a debate. But by no means am I sitting here trying to tell you, oh, I was a huge Charlie fan. I wasn't. I'm not saying I disliked him. He just seemed to be someone who was geared towards reaching young people in college. That's not me. But to now see all these people come out of the woodwork like they had his best interest. Like, fuck you. And let's assume Andrew does end up working with Turning Point in this endeavor. I know there's going to be people coming out of the woodwork. Oh, Turning Point's involved with Israel. That means Andrew's getting paid by Israel. And hell, I might even get lumped in. Rob helped coach them. He must be getting paid by Israel. And he's Andrew's friend. And he's worked with the Crucible. Is he getting paid by Israel? I don't give a fuck about your opinions. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't know what I could say to convince people. I don't. I've tried to be honest. I've tried to be very transparent for years, streaming night after night after night of what I exactly stand for. Have there been a change of direction in some of the things I believe? Yeah. I've largely been on the same path, but yeah, sure. I've evolved my positions to some degree. I'm not fucking taking money to change my opinions. I might take money and not swear as much. And help coach people on opinions that maybe aren't ones that I totally agree. But I'm not going to change who I am. I've talked night after night with my audience about, I don't know what I'll be in 10 years. I don't know. It frightens me. I talk about how I'm a hypocrite at times. I try to honestly self-reflect about how flawed I am. But that's more than these motherfuckers that want to criticize ever do. The vast majority of the time that you people do me, I made less than fucking $17 an hour, working 70, 80, 90 hours a week in home health care, doing this as a fucking hobby. Day after day after day after day after day, coming on here for hours at a time, speaking to like 5 people. Now what? Because I have a chance, maybe a shot in the dark, to fucking work with an organization that has the ear of the administration to try to get my thoughts out there and to help crush these fucking lefties? What, I'm supposed to be pure? Oh, well, you can't do that. That's terrible. You must be on the dole. You must have changed your opinions. Fuck you people. You're not real. And I don't mean anyone in the chat here. I mean in general, the type of people that say this shit. You ain't doing shit. You might disagree with me. You might think that my opinions suck. And the Andrew Wilson I know is the same fucking way. That's how I feel. I've talked to Andrew in private. We're friends. We talk. I've talked to him about what the fuck are these people. You know, here's something. I talked to Andrew not 2 months ago about this. Said you will about Nick Fuentes. He sees how fucked up this is. Going after Erica. And these fucking ghouls that go out there, oh, I hear it now. I'm a fucking nobody and I hear, are you getting paid by Israel now? Why? Because I'm like, we should never give another dime to Israel. That's my honest opinion. I don't like the Iran situation. That's my honest opinion. I just am not willing to throw away this fucking administration and give away this country to the fucking radical left because of it. That's it. That's my grave sin. I want to go on offense. I want this administration. I want the fucking Pennsylvania Republicans. I want the Ohio Republicans, the California Republicans, the Trump administration Republicans, the fucking neocons, the Libertarian branch, the Make America Healthy Again. I want them all to win the fucking narrative of how violent and absurd the fucking left is. I don't agree with everything that each one of those groups say. I'm not even a fucking ortho bro. Like Andrew and them. I'm not a member of the Orthodox Church. I don't agree with everything that everyone says, but I'll be damned if I'm going to watch these fucking lefties destroy this country any further. If it's on my watch, I'll be a happy warrior. I'll continue to be incredibly blessed that God gave me so much of a wonderful wife, of a wonderful kid. I'm flawed. I'm not the smartest fucking guy in the world. I'm not the best strategist in the world. Fine, great. I'm going to say things that are wrong from time to time. Fuck, I might even lose a debate from time to time, though rare. But this is what I believe. This is what I've been pushing for The entire time that I've been on here streaming. And watch these fucking conspiracy morons and grifting fucking lefties. Can you believe it? Yeah, I can believe it. You fucking no-name pieces of shit that can accomplish nothing. So I'll proudly say, if nothing ever comes from it, I went down and I stood by my convictions and I did something I love doing, which was coaching debate. And I hope that it made a difference to those young people that we coached and that it helps them to some degree. I don't think that all of them are going to, I don't think that any one of them is going to be the next Charlie Kirk. I think some of them have the potential to be very successful. Some of them, maybe not so much. It's okay. That's the way it was when I coached debate in college. Some of the people, it was like, wow, they could be really good. Others, it's like, they're doing it as a hobby or something. No problem. I didn't ask all those kids, what do you think? What's your political opinions on this or that? What do you feel about Iran? I didn't ask them. I'm proud of that. I'm proud that I went down and did that. And I'm humbled that I had an opportunity. And I'd be willing to work with Turning Point or The Blaze, The Daily Wire, to help coach the same. And I'd be willing to take further employment opportunities with them as long as it fit in with my ideological beliefs. I will not change what I believe because I'm hired by some organization. I have things that I could read. Rob, could you put a suit and tie on? Yeah, I could be talked into it. Maybe could you lose a little weight? It'd be better. Sure, I should do that anyways. Can you change your position on Iran? No! I cannot. I want to win. I want practical, real-world wins. I may never get them, but that's what I'm attempting to do. And I'm glad that I have a friend like Andrew that doesn't just ride the fence and never say anything negative about anyone and talks to you like a fucking man and says, I think this is stupid. I think you fucked up here. But could also stand with you and call out injustices. Instead of being a milquetoast fucking run-of-the-mill person that never wants to say anything negative about anyone so that you don't lose opportunities in the past. You don't want someone to say, oh, that's funny, you're defending this person now, but you criticized them in the past. Fuck you. That's what real people do. And the idea that that's somehow a got you, these motherfucking people who've never had a real friend in their life, that are only thinking about what am I supposed to say as opposed to being a real fucking man and just going out there and saying what you really believe night after night, acknowledging that you could change your opinion to people. That's the type of person I want to be friends with. That's the type of person I want to listen to. Not some fake fucking corporatist bullshit that's just saying what you think has the maximum chance to not offend anyone so that you could have a working relationship with people in the future. Oh, thank you so much for the raid, Crucible. I appreciate it. We're talking about Z from Unfuck America with her bombshell. Did you know that Andrew criticized Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk in the past? Yeah, and? See, the fucking difference is someone like Andrew or myself can criticize someone and say, but what's being done to them is fucked up, or they're still a net good. We still think they're good. Like I do to Trump all the time. I criticize him all the time. J.D. Vance criticized Trump in far harsher ways than I ever did. Now he's the VP. Wow. Andrew in 2021 said that no one liked Charlie Kirk. So? Andrew's the type of guy that could despise Turning Point. He doesn't, to my knowledge, but he could despise them and still say what's happening to Erica Kirk and to Andrew Colvett and to those people at Turning Points is a fucking travesty. These pieces of shit that are taking a grieving widow, going through something that I hope I never have to go through, and making her life hell. Does that mean I can't step back and criticize and say, I think that Turning Point, the direction they're going, I think they're fucking up. They should have went on offense. They should have attacked this shit straight on. They should be focused more on the midterms, etc., etc. Of course I have my opinions. But as a human story of actual fucking people, imagine that. Your spouse assassinated. Half the fucking country laughs about it and says he deserves it. You try to fulfill his wishes by picking up the pieces, maybe doing something you're not the most comfortable at. But you try. And what do you get for your efforts? Told that you were always a plant and you fucking were part of the assassination against him. So your kids are going to have to grow up seeing that shit in the internet someday. The difference between Andrew, who has criticized Turning Point, criticized Charlie, criticized Erica, but says this is fucked up and I'm willing to fight against the people that are doing this shit, versus these people like Z at the Unfuck America and all those people, is they pretend that they actually gave a shit. And they don't. The reason that they're out there saying, oh, Turning Point's fucking up bringing in Andrew, if your enemies are making mistakes, are you pointing it out to them? No, you sit back quietly. You say, good. They know what that means if Andrew decides that he's going to go to war for Turning Point against these fuckheads. That's why they're saying, don't debate Andrew, run from him, whatever you do. Make any fucking excuse they can. Here's how I like it. I've engaged in conspiracy theories. I think the Biden family engaged in all sorts of shitty conspiracies working with Burisma in Ukraine. Imagine that the Biden family said, we've hired attorney Mark Elias. And Mark Elias reached out to me and said, hey, robnoerr, I heard you were saying shit online about Hunter connected to Burisma. How would you like to come on and debate me? What do you think I would say? Yes, right fucking now, as soon as possible. Let's go. I wouldn't say, well, these are just theories and it has to be this specific prompt and blah, blah, blah. I wouldn't have had an army of people giving a bunch of fucking excuses why I couldn't do it. I'm so tired of these fake ass fucking people. Ugh, you said something. Have you, like, do you know what it's like to be a fucking man in this world? I don't have a friend in my life of all of my close friends. I probably have a handful of like 10 really fucking close friends that would have my back to the ends of the earth. There ain't one of them I haven't talked shit on to their face. So it's a big fucking, oh my gosh, what a scandal. At one point, Andrew Wilson criticized Charlie Kirk. At one point, he criticized Erica Kirk's leadership. Fuck you. That's what real people do. And still stand up and say, and what's happening's fucked up. But I can understand how Z and the folks at Unfuck America wouldn't get it and think that's a big deal. These people employ the most unlikable fucks in the world. Look at what the left does. Who was working with Unfuck America? Destiny, right? Look at all the fucking friendships in that orbit and what's happening. They're calling child services on each other. That's the difference. We can criticize people on the right and say, but I respect it. And I'll still stand up when it's an injustice. Z says Andrew's clout chasing. He's clout. Listen to this shit. I already played this for my audience, but since I got rated. Here's our big breaking story. You ready?
Erica Kirk has started hiring people and giving them paid positions at Turning Point that openly hated Charlie Kirk.
You think for a second Z wouldn't take a fucking dime if they offered her? Openly hated Charlie Kirk. Wow. Breaking news,
So let's talk about it. If this is the first time you're seeing me, I run the largest counter to Turning Point USA on the left, and in the next few weeks, we have some serious receipts dropping on Turning.
I mean, I will say this. I don't know if that's true. If she's running the largest group against Turning Point, I think we're in good shape. Because she fucking sucks. Our organization sucks. But I wonder, do you think she has skin in the game? Do you think she's really warning Erica, oh, Erica, you're making a mistake bringing on Andrew Wilson? Or do you think she would have incentive to try to get Turning Point to not make good decisions? I wonder.
Point that I don't want you to miss, so please go ahead and hit that follow button. Okay, really quick to catch you up. So over this past weekend, Turning Point put on the Pick Up the Mic initiative, which is basically a giant event for a bunch of college students to compete against each other so that they can find the next Charlie Kirk to continue his legacy on college campuses.
Now, this is apparently the event I was at. I didn't look at it like that. It wasn't like people competing against each other. It was people, what it looked like to me was a bunch of people that are involved with Turning Point, young people that Turning Point was interested in potentially putting resources behind. It wasn't like a competition like you people were out, you people, it didn't seem like that. It seemed like an opportunity that everyone would have benefited from even if they don't continue working with Turning Point. Our role there was to help them become better debaters, not to feed them fucking talking points. There wasn't one person, not one, that we said, you have to have this position.
Well, that was a giant failure, but what was even more...
What was a failure about it? What? Go on. Tell us what the failure was. Please, enlighten me. What was the failure? Unlike those awesome Unfuck America events that are still piggybacking off of Turning Point's clout, right? Those are real successes.
Part of the failure was the fact that Andrew Wilson was there. Yeah, Andrew Wilson, the guy that Charlie Kirk hated so much that he wouldn't even let him into Turning Point events.
Proof? Now, let me try to steelman Z's position here. Maybe what she's talking about. I have no fucking clue. I'm just trying to make sense of this stupid shit to the best of my ability. I think what she's going to go with is this, and I'm tangentially part of this in the smallest way possible. Amfest, right, that was going on, which, by the way, was, well, maybe it's not that, because that was after the assassination of Charlie. Brian Shaprio was talking about wanting someone to debate at Amfest. I thought that meant actually as part of Amfest, where I think Turning Point has some hand in running. I didn't know that it was at a bar across the fucking street for the Unfuck America crowd. And it was the same with Andrew. So part of the like, well, are we getting tickets to get into Amfest? No. Is that Charlie saying, oh, you can't come in? Or the Turning Point people saying I can't come in? Or is this another like Brian Shaprio sending Andrew a text while he's at Turning Point working with them, knowing that Turning Point likes you? I'd love to see the proof. Here's what happens. You have people that are loosely affiliated. It's like this. I'm loosely affiliated with the Crucible. I'm not an employee of the Crucible. I'm friends with the guy that is the Crucible, Andrew Wilson. I've contracted to do some work with the Crucible. That's it. So imagine if I am talking to someone and I say, you know, behind the scenes, between me and you, Andrew Wilson doesn't like you, or doesn't like this person. And Andrew's like, I never said that. What the fuck are you talking about? They got these people that did an event or two with Turning Point that are out there running their fucking mouth because Andrews crushed them in a debate or said some shit about them and they took it and were butthurt about it. And they're like, no one likes him. But I'd love to see the proof that Charlie Kirk was like, hey, Andrew Wilson, I hate that guy. Even if he buys a ticket, he's not allowed in my event. I'd love to see it.
And I thought that he was just there to make an appearance for the kids, but apparently, according to him, he is now getting a paid position from Turning Point to be their community liaison for the conspiracy theories. While he was getting his ass...
Okay. Seems like you're interested. I wonder why. Could it be that you're reposting people saying, whatever you do, don't debate Andrew, because you know that's a bad sign for you?
Beat today by all the conspiracy theorists that...
Yes, he was getting his ass beat by the conspiracy theorists. That's what was happening. Not just a bunch of people spurging out, screaming.
They're supporting Candace Owens. I decided to jump in and give him a little helping hand. Watch this. Is that you're pretending like you actually gave a shit about Charlie Kirk when you didn't.
Okay,
you
great.
never cared about him while he was alive. You don't care about him now that he's dead.
Sure.
You're just trying to clout chase off of this shit because you know it gets views.
Do you have proof?
Oh, you want...
Looked like a quick edit to me. But let's talk about that for a second. Are these two things mutually exclusive? I could not have given a shit about Charlie Kirk when he was alive. and not really give a shit now and still think his wife being attacked as being involved in his murder is a fucking injustice. Hell, I could think that about Unfuck America. God forbid something happen to someone in that organization and meritoriously people blame the spouse. I could say that's fucked up. Did I give a fuck about Unfuck America? No. Do I give a fuck about the people there? No. I could still say that's horrible. So? But let's see the proof. She's got the proof. You ready?
Want a proof, Andrew? Well, here's your proof. Is this you that tweeted this back in 2020?
Wow, back in 2021. Andrew said to Avi Bitterman, nobody likes Charlie Kirk, not even Charlie Kirk. Now, do you think that's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, or do you think Andrew believed seriously that even Charlie Kirk didn't like Charlie Kirk? But hey, let's take it at face value. And J.D. Vance said far more heinous shit about Trump and went to work for him. That's how guys are. I can't speak for Andrew. Maybe Andrew fucking hated Charlie Kirk and what he was doing with Turning Point. And Andrew Wilson right now is as close to a contemporary as Charlie Kirk as pretty much anyone in the country. Huge right-wing speaker, does in public debates. Maybe you could say someone like Steven Crowder or something would be closer to Andrew. Nonetheless, you don't think that he could see this man assassinated, half the country cheer on his fucking death, make excuses for why he deserved it, and say, that's fucked up. You don't think he could see at this moment when the radical left that he wants to crush is trying to consolidate power and authoritarianism, and we have dumb fucks on the right that are spreading conspiracy theories, attacking this grieving widow, that might not chap his ass and he'd say, fuck those people, I want to go after them? That's not possible.
21, nobody likes Charlie Kirk, not even Charlie Kirk. And is this you saying that Erica Kirk was an absolutely terrible leader? This was, by the way, just back in April.
So? Okay. Whoever made the decision at Turning Point to not aggressively go after these fucks was doing a bad job, in my opinion. And? Does that mean if they bring me in and say, you know what, now we want to go after them, that it's unreasonable for me to say, sure?
So it wasn't even that long ago. Oh, and is this you as well, calling Erica Kirk a slur? Yeah.
Yeah, that post said that I think Erica's too stupid to have participated in Charlie's assassination. And I guess in the world of fucking trigger warnings and preferred pronouns, this shit's real salacious news.
So Andrew, I don't think you're ever going to win a debate against me because
okay, there you go. These fucking people are the scum of the earth, man. The scum of the fucking earth. Is anyone just a little bit suspicious that all of a sudden you have these groups like Unfuck America that touts themselves as the response to Turning Point, that are paying lip service to the right-wing conspiracy theorists that are blaming Erica Kirk? Maybe, just maybe, they see it as advantageous. They don't want Turning Point to succeed. That's why they're pissed off that Andrew was brought on. They don't want them to go on the offense. I'm just little old me. I ain't making any decisions. Here's what I would do. I mentioned this earlier. If I was running Turning Point, I would say, I'm not going to dignify these motherfuckers that are blaming me or blaming Erica for killing Charlie with any of my time whatsoever. But I will bring on someone like Andrew Wilson to deal with it. Meanwhile, We are going to focus on doing our best to win these midterms. We're going to focus on key issues like assassination culture or court packing or the SAVE Act. That's where we're going to put our momentum. That's what I would do. That doesn't mean that I'm a coward. We don't have the time of day for these disgusting motherfuckers that are saying this salacious bullshit about us. But we're not going to let them just sit around and smear us night after night. We're going to bring on a guy who agrees that this is fucked up and was doing it for pleasure before we ever got in contact with him, like Andrew Wilson. That's what we're going to do. And if I was someone who truly believed that Erica was involved and Turning Point was involved, I'd be chomping at the bit for them to hire a guy like Andrew that's considered a very good debater and say, good, when I crush Andrew in the debate, proving my theory, then it will remove all doubt. And yet it's the opposite. And yet it's excuse after excuse and running after running. Why? If I was on the left and didn't want Turning Point to do well, and I thought bringing on Andrew Wilson was a huge fucking mistake, I'd keep my mouth shut and say, good. I'm not going to intervene while my opponent's making a huge mistake like that. The truth is, these people know that they can't defend their accusations. They want to put people like Erica and Andrew Colvett through a struggle session. They know that just responding, people like Erica or Colvett, if they just respond, that's a public relations victory for them. And that they'll do everything they can to twist every single word they say as to fitting into their bullshit conspiracy. And that they'll have a very difficult time doing that with someone like Andrew Wilson. So they're pissed off. That's what's happening. I was proud to work with Turning Point and to try to coach people for debate. I'd be proud to do it for The Blaze. I'd be proud to do it for the Daily Wire or any other conservative organization because I fucking despise the ideology of the left and I want it crushed. Does that mean I agree with everything Turning Point stands for politically? No. Or The Blaze? No. Or the Daily Wire? No. Or other conservative organizations? Nope. There will never be an organization that totally agrees with me. And yet, I want to be involved in real world political and cultural change. And that means working with people. And that means working with people with connections to powerful political people and working with people to connections to powerful political organizations. And I'm more than fucking happy to do it. I'm not going to change my beliefs, but I'm happy to do it. And here's the last thing I'll say about it, and then I'm going to read super chats, which you guys have been very generous. I'm a very humble guy. I think I sell myself short a lot. I don't really care to be the big man. I don't care. I never have. I'd be more than happy to live in obscurity. I don't need to be exceedingly rich. I'll take money. I will. But it's not my highest priority. Fame isn't. Being the person in control isn't. Being rich isn't. And it might make me sound like an arrogant asshole, but I'm going to say this. I'm really fucking good at what I do. Really good. I'm really good at debate. I'm really good at coaching debate. Andrew's good at that and much more. Networking, building organizations, strategizing. And we're really fucking good working together. And I'm tired of people that want to act like it's some horrible thing to want to make a living doing this. People that stand for nothing, that want to shit on people that are like, we're willing to work with groups to achieve our goals, and we're happy to get paid doing it. And they want to shit on it like somehow they're above it because they're living in obscurity. The truth is, 95% of these people bitching aren't getting these opportunities because they're ideologically poor. They're not getting these efforts because they fucking suck. That's why. And they're pissed off. They think it should be them, but they don't have the skills or the talent. So they try to tear down the people that do. That's the truth. All right, I've probably woken up my wife with all my yelling and shit downstairs. I'm sure I'm going to get yelled at. It's all right. She'll be like, based. Let's start with Rumble. You guys have been incredibly generous over there. MT Alex, $10 says, great sermon as always. Wish you the best and hope your heart and pockets get filled to the brim. Thank you, man. Thank you for the 10. I really appreciate it. Beakster, $20 says, Rob, everyone will love you if you just show your fallacy. Is that Brian Shaprio? Is that his fucking alt? Well, we might as well while we're here, right? Might as well play the Brian Shaprio song. Where are we at here? Oh, here we go.
He harasses women in messages, has a weird infatuation with men's organs. He's a syndicated radio host, and it's all about respect. He's Brian Shaprio.
I'm not taking my clothes off for anything. Not even the shirt. Not even the hat, damn it. Dirty Sippy Cup. $2. Thank you. Says, I trust your judgment. Thanks for your hard work and dedication. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Mike Drop Moment. $10 says, Mike from Maine First Year. My good friend Mike. What's up, man? Says, I don't get it. Rob and Andrew had issues with Turning Point USA. Turning Point then brought them in to help move them in the right direction. What's the problem? What do you think's more likely? That someone, like, take me out of the picture for a second. Someone that's to a fault, a stubborn bastard like Andrew Wilson, that who's already wealthy, already has a growing fucking channel, is continuing to gain more and more influence, that he's going into Turning Point to say, I'm just going to let you control what I think and come more to your direction, or that he's going to say, this is what I stand for, here's our areas of agreement, I'm willing to help you out. Which one of those two things do you think is more likely? Thank you, Mike. JLT 37, $20 says, I couldn't have more respect for a man who values loyalty and fatherhood over anything. I enjoyed partying with you in Nashville, as did I, man. And hope that, and have my autographed chessboard in pride of place on the bookshelf. That's amazing, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Over on the YouTube side, my good friend Zach Gelpy gives $5. Thank you. And then another 5 and says, it's the vast right-wing conspiracy theory. Yeah, little old me. Now all of a sudden, right, I'm involved. I'm involved in this great Israeli fucking conspiracy theory. I'm actually a very boring person. You could draw a straight line from my first live streams in 2018 or 19, whatever it was, when I'm running for Congress saying, I want to crush the left, to today when I'm saying, I want to crush the left. That's it. I've taken shit from people in my audience. Rob, Scott Pressler's gay. Why were you in an event with him? Trying to register voters. Because he's out there on the ground trying to win these elections in Pennsylvania. He moved to Pennsylvania for that cause. You're damn right that I'm trying to win elections in Pennsylvania. Thank you, though. Hellstorm, $10 says, I'll continue to support Turning Point USA for a very important reason. It likely causes psychic damage to Destiny every time a major new channel mentions Charlie favorably. Yeah, I mean, regardless of what you think of Turning Point, they had the right enemies. And what happened was a disgusting injustice that should be a lesson to all of us. Even if you disagreed with Charlie or Turning Point's politics, Charlie was a nice guy, and look what they did. Not because he was extreme, he's far less extreme than someone like me, but because he was effective. And I'll be damned if I leave the left win that they get to use acts of violence that'll cut us off at the legs. So anything I could do to help that organization continue to have positive influence and beating back the left, particularly on bringing young people into conservative causes, I'm more than happy to help. Jerez Bear, thank you so much. $5 says, get them, Rob. These people are sick. I still hope they never have to go through an ounce of what Erica did. You're my hero, Rob. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. What happened to Erica's disgusting. Absolutely is. Flavius, what's up, my man? $100. What an absolute legend. Says, why should I have a modicum of trust in anyone that platforms Nala Ray, Locos Ojos, bartenders, Hooters, waitresses, strippers, corn stars, or any other sex workers that speak at the AT of the Summit of Women's Issues? It screams beyond volumes I could comprehend. You don't have to have an ounce of trust in them. Let's assume that they're terrible, that they're bad for the conservatives. Let's assume that. Is what happening to Erica an injustice? Yes. Are the people that are attacking them doing damage to us actually getting political and cultural movement on the right? Yes. That alone's reason to fight. I also think that Turning Point's willing to listen to criticism from people like Andrew or Rachel Wilson. What I do know is this: it's one of the biggest organizations for attracting young people to the conservative movement. And if we just throw up our hands and say we want nothing to do with it because we have disagreements with the things they've done, that's leaving a lot on the table and an unforced error, in my opinion. But thank you, Flavius. Nico, what's up, my man? $100. What an absolute legend. Says, Rob, you've always been fair and admit when you're incorrect. BPF, our good friend Andrew, is someone special to me, and PHM too. This is out of control. As is, let's steer it. The time is now. There's a simple rule. We must tell them what we will do. They do. Mirror, mirror. Totally agree. Thank you, man. The great Rachel Wilson. 50 memberships. Unbelievable. Thank you, Rachel. I really appreciate it. As amazing as it was to go down and work with Turning Point, it was a huge opportunity. It was a lot of fun. I think we crushed it. It's always great to see my friend Andrew and his family, and it was a blast. It was a blast to go down there. So thank you so much, Rachel. Pix Paradox, $100. Thank you, you absolute legend. Says, whoosh. Hoping for some, whip sound. Hoping for some bluesy whip. Yes, we'll get there. Thank you. I really appreciate it, man. Varangian Guardian, $5 says, I'm supposed to go. Thank you so much. Says, came in on the raid, so catching the raid, but I agree. Thank you, man. Real SVT Junkies, $2 says, preach. Thank you, man. The scruffy looking turf herder. Very good. All kinds of puns there. We got Scruffy from Futurama. We got the Star Wars reference. $5 says, go, Rob, go. Thank you so much, man. Birdie the dog, $20. Thank you. Says, for the fight, not one step back. Thank you. Ragged Art, $100. Thank you so much. Says, just got thrown into the channel. Bringing in Andrew and his wife is the smartest thing Turning Point's done since September 12th. Rachel is a WMD and Andrew is Andrew. Hopefully they don't flinch. I couldn't agree more. I'm friends with them, so I'm biased, but I absolutely believe that. I believe it's the best thing that organization could do. I absolutely believe it. Look, one thing you could say, I think Andrew, I'm so many people, by the way, maybe I don't want to go down this road. I'll just say this. I'm more than happy to admit when I'm stealing things from Andrew. Andrew has given me access to a lot of people in the Crucible that make up a huge portion of my audience, which I can't be more thankful for. But more than that, he's given me advice on how to run a show day to day. And the thing that Andrew does even better than being a debater is he has built a community. The Crucible is, for my money, the best online community I've ever seen. You actually feel that you're part of something when you're there. The enthusiasm, the fun, but the seriousness of like the direction of the politics, the religion, the culture, all of that mixed in is something there's a huge amount of enthusiasm for. And that's exactly what Turning Point needs. You don't want Turning Point to turn in like your average young Republicans on a college campus that's selling raffle tickets 3 times a year so they could fund some field trip to CPAC or something. You want it to be something that people are excited about. If you haven't got your tickets to DebateCon, if it's anything like the last one I was at, it's a fucking 3-day party because of the Crucible. That's the energy that we need in conservative movements. Anonymous Coward, $5 says, what's your interview with Jessie Lee Peterson? She's a POS. She badmouthed Erica saying she didn't act like a Christian wife and Charlie's a bad person. Yeah, fuck him. I totally believe it. Nick Dick Wiener, $10 says, this is off topic. There was a baby found dead in a porta-john in Electric Forest in Rothbury, Michigan. I'm surprised the story isn't trending. It's horrific. It happened on the college I went to my first year. A similar thing happened. I can't think of a more grotesque crime. But I'm sorry to hear that. That's horrible. Banana Rambo Cumber Squatch, $10 says, I'm going to have to sage my phone after seeing Z in my phone. Why did you do this to us, Rob? I'm sorry. I should have just played the cartoon. Gully46. Blasterbot Dino Battle champion that he is. Thank you for the $20. Really appreciate it. Bananarama comes in for another $5. Says, why did I say phone twice? I'm usually better at proofreading, I swear. I am the worst proofreader, and my fat fingers typing on the phone, I have more spelling errors than any human ever. Big Daddy Pod, $10 says, Andrew has said in his stream before that you work for him. I thought you did. For me, I did as a contractor. Yeah. It's never an official employee. The Crucible's Andrew. That's who it is. It's Andrew. Andrew brought me on as a contractor for a few months before I got settled becoming a 4-time streamer. As a friend, Andrew, let's say I get kicked off YouTube and Rumble and I never make another dime again. Andrew would he would be like, hey man, you want to come do yard work or some shit? I'll make sure that you're not homeless. Because he's that kind of friend. But I'm not a full-time Crucible employee at this point or anything like that. But I'm certainly willing to help them with anything they want. And I'm a huge supporter. For me, the Turning Point USA stuff is like the 9/11 truthers. Interesting to entertain, but not a hill to die on. You know, there's real people that are being affected. It's one thing to have theories. It's another thing to tell a grieving widow that she's a murderer and demand that she respond to you. Jess Gerald, $20, thank you, says, and isn't this your Facebook post from when you were in 7th grade? Of course. Again, Andrew said in 2021 that no one likes Charlie, not even Charlie. Want to see what Andrew said about me in 2021? Want to see what I said about Andrew in 2021? Maybe 2020. But first time me and Andrew talked, he was debating this guy, Dylan Burns. And he was like, he'd heard me on Twitch. And there's certain things he can't say about the transgender community on Twitch. So he's like, yeah, Rob's like a bullshit fake conservative that won't call the trans community out. And I called him, was like, fuck you. And he was like, fuck you. And we yelled at each other for like 15 minutes. And then he's like, fine, I'll take it all back if you're willing to call out the trans community in this way right here. And I did. And then we debated for like 2 hours. That's it. I'm not like, can you believe that, Rob and Andrew fucking yelled at each other and called each other names? Yeah, we're men. We're not a bunch of fucking pussies. Big Daddy Pod, $5 says, although she doesn't look like it, Z is a woman. So she doesn't understand the hierarchy. It's all about coven and minding their cauldron. Thank you. And then another 2 says, you're in your full Alex Jones glory tonight. Thank you for the compliment. Also an Alex fan. Pix Paradox, $10 says, keep up the good work, sir. Not one step back. Thank you, Paradox. Mickey Blue Eyes, 12 months a member. Says, hope you're coming to DebateCon 8. I'll be there. Looking forward to it. It's going to be great. Mama Albert, $20. Thank you. Says, I'm glad, Andrew Wilson, you were speaking up for Erica Kirk. What's been occurring is tantamount to bullying, harassment, and online stalking. It's been small-time content creators fighting back, so this is amazing. Yeah, it's truly disgusting. Look, it's at the end of the day, even the shittiest politicians, they have families. There are people. People that are sometimes extraordinarily talented, sometimes just ordinary people put in extraordinary circumstance. but they are people. And when you find yourself so boldly predicting that a grieving widow murdered her husband, you better be damn sure you're correct. And you better be chomping at the bit to debate the people that want to call you out on it, not running and hiding. Rock'em Sock'em, $20. Thank you. Says, not one step back, brother. Thank you. Really appreciate it, man. Truth Revolt TV, $5. Says, Anchor Rub's my favorite rub. Mine too. Thank you, man. Our good friend, potentially criminal Sean. What's up, my man? $2 says, we're going to make it. Keep your heads up, Kings. You damn right we are. No time for blackpilling around this. Every loss that you take is just another opportunity to prove yourself. And the same's true of our country. I'll never blackpill. And now I'll use one of my favorite quotes from Steve Ranella. Pessimistic with your mind, but optimistic with your feet. Always keep moving forward, doing your best to make things better. Thank you, Sean. Truth Revolt, another 20. Thank you. Says, personally, I thought Charlie was a weak debater when it came to the Bible, but that doesn't mean he wasn't a force for good or even a massive positive influence for Christians to engage with the culture. See how I did that, Z? Of course. I mean, if you get it right down to brass tacks, how many times on this very show have I criticized Donald Trump? You think for a second if Trump's administration called me and said, Rob, we want to bring you on as part of the team for strategy, I wouldn't jump at that opportunity? Is he going to be like, here's a post Rob made 5 years ago saying he preferred DeSantis in the primary. And here's him saying Trump was dog shit for not getting rid of Bob Mueller. Yeah, I said it. I stand by it. And Big Daddy Pod, $5 says, on average, what would you say a couple could go to DebateCon price-wise? Not high-end lodging, but not ghetto either. Driving there? I don't know what they're selling the tickets for like the all-day pass. My guess would be 2 people, hotel for 2 or 3 nights, probably $1,000 would be my guess. Pix Paradox, $10. Thank you. Says, I see a nearly perfect, etc. trifecta of Rachel, Rob, and Andrew for Turning Point consultation. Each bring great and unique value, in my opinion. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I think we could do good.
Hey, Rob, how you doing?
What's up, man? How you doing?
So there is someone from the Turning Point USA claiming to be reaching out to me. He's in Discord right now, yours. And he said that he's more than welcome to come up if you want to have a chat with someone that was at the event with you about the event. Or if you're cleaning it up.
Here's what we'll do. Whoever that is, ask them if they're available tomorrow. I'd be happy to do it. I don't know how much later I'm going to go tonight, but I would be happy to bring
I'll get all his info and let you know.
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, man.
Perfect.
Yep. Ragged Art, another 50. Thank you. Says, agreed. Andrew turns men into competent monsters. I've used some of the things I learned from him too. Well, fucking win. No homo. Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree. Why wouldn't you? Like, I would do the same. Like, let's say there's a right winger that has something to offer me that has proven success. Why wouldn't I listen to him, even if I disagree? Are we not men? 17 months, says W. Rob, W. Andrew, W. Neurons, W. Crucible Crew, not one step back. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for modding for me. I appreciate it, man. Dan Goldstein, 2 somethings. Thank you. Says, showing Z without a warning first is evil, Rob. I apologize. An Envoy of Justice, 21 months, says, your monologues and rants are the best in the business. Thank you. I appreciate it. Nice picture of Aura on there as well. Appreciate it. Beachster over on Rumble, $20 says, so are we doing the one true whip song? I don't know what you're talking about. You and your damn whip songs. Look, if there's a theme at the end of the night, it's this. All the howling you're going to hear about Andrew's now getting paid. He's getting paid by Israel. Oh, he's changing. Oh, Turning Point screwing up. Oh, Andrew didn't really like them. Oh, they're desperate. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Is just people that fall in one of 2 categories. that, one, are scared because they want Turning Point to fail and they know that this is really good for Turning Point. Or second, people that are jealous of the success that people like Andrew are having. If you're confident in your arguments, if you're confident in your conspiracy, you'll be more than happy to put it to the test with someone who's a competent debater like Andrew. What's wrong with that? And if I know Andrew, and I do, he'll give them a fair shake. He'll let them say what they need to say. He'll aggressively interrogate it, but he'll give them every opportunity to outline their case. And I bet he'd do it many, many nights. So all the people you see that are gnashing their teeth and crying and pouting, that's it. That's what's happening. So for me, I just have a big old smile about it because I recognize it for what it is. And I think Turning Point has made a great decision. And they also made a great decision bringing me in to coach debate because I'm great. And I've proven it in many different circumstances, including in college policy debate, as a debater and as a coach. Jason Mulgren, $50 says, whips on whips, you fuckers. Thank you. And then the great Zach Gelpy, $10 says, hey, Dan Goldstein, there can only be one token J in this chat. Nice to see another person from the tribe, sir. Thank you, Zach. See, the allegations already coming up. Rob, are you friends with Zach Gelpy? Isn't it true that he has a tiny hat? Oh, shit. In trouble now. And at the very end of it, you could say this. You could say, there's going to be some banger content watching these people either run from Andrew or watching these debates occur. Either way, I think it's going to be great. All right. I can't thank you enough. Thank you, Andrew, for the raid. Now, I'm going to lose 4/5 of the audience here. Here on this channel, I'm not like Andrew in that I'm not a competent grifter. Andrew's tried to help me out grifting. He's one of the best. I think we all acknowledge that. But I don't really have it in me. So I came to this compromise where I try to do an actual show talking about culture, politics, etc. And then the back end of the show, I do grifting. And what I've fallen upon is the worst grift known to man. There's this song from the Lord of the Rings cartoon in the early 80s called Where There's a Whip, There's a Way. My audience has turned it into a bunch of different versions of the song. And now they donate money to force me to play these songs, which is I like money. I do. I also have psychological damage from hearing these songs thousands upon thousands of times. So that's where we're at here in the back half of the show. Now, it sucks. Any of you that are a normal, intelligent person are going to think this is the worst thing you've ever seen. And it is. And I'm with you. And I would turn the channel right now. And yet, it does pay the bills and drive me slowly insane. So that's the deal. So I don't blame you at all for leaving. I will say this. My recommendation, if you are going to leave, is, let's see who's streaming right now. We have Confluence is on. That's the only person I'm seeing that I follow that's on. So if you go to the channel, just type in Confluence. They have a live show going on right now. You can check that out. If you hate this, you will hate it. Jason Mulgren, $20 says, that's fantastic. Get on with it. All right. That one will put us to 8. Here's the rules. $100 donation. We spin this wheel and we play a whip song. $150, you could pick a specific song from the wheel. $200, you could create a new version. Also, anytime from this point on in the show, we go over a $100 mark, so the next would be $1,000. We play a whip song. So if you donate $100 right now, we would play one whip song. $1,000 will be the Disney whip song, and then spin the wheel. So that's 2. Thanks to all of you that stuck around. I really appreciate it, that are leaving. To the rest of you psychos, let's just get it out of the way. So I get sleep tonight. It's horrible. Here we go. All right, Jess Jill, $10 says if anyone leaves, they're gay. I don't sanction that. I owe 8 for now. Oh, it's Ja, whatever that is, bracket Annie's beatbox. Everyone's favorite. Me and my stupid typos. All right, here we go. And I will say this, I haven't missed this, son of a...
Well, there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Well, there's a whip, there's a way. 1, 2, a fit.
Thanks for the $10. As best part of the show, you were insane. Hidekachi gives $100 over on Rumble. Says Disney for the Avarice Summit. Now listen, it has to be $1,000 on one platform, so you have to. There's going to have to be $75 more. Less it's 100. If you want to donate an extra $50 to specifically choose the song, that's fine. But that does take us to 10 songs. So I owe 9 more. Ugh. I gotta add. What am I doing here? You're curious about the origin of the song. So there's this Rankin Bass cartoon of Lord of the Rings, and the orcs are marching to war, and they're singing the song where there's a whip, there's a way, because Sauron's sending them to war. And instead of the old where there's a will, there's a way, they're saying we whip the orcs to go. I thought it would be funny to be like, yeah, I'm whipping you all into giving donations. That's it. That's Gazebo Glam Rock. Okay. By the way, it has been a goal of mine since I started this show to someday be able to afford a gazebo. I may be there soon. So.
There's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a will, there's a way. Says we're
Trickster, $100 over on Rumble, says, "Where's our Disney whip? That's a slur. It's one that I like using, but I don't know that I could say it on YouTube, so I won't. You have to donate $150, or we have to get to $1,000. Why is this complicated? It's already, you people already fucking torture me. Like, it is not a complicated system. Now I owe 12. I owe 10 more. Absolute nightmare fuel. Next. I don't understand. Why can't people just be happy with my misery and not make me explain the fucking rules a million times? EDM. Okay. Oh, thank you, Kickbot. Not interested. A long one.
Says we gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
You motherfuckers. Let's go.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a
Can, like, Elon or Turning Point or the Daily Wire or something just send me like $50 million so I never have to do this shit again? That, oh my goodness. Oh. Jason, thanks for the $20. Says, stop changing the rules, Rob. I'm not changing the rules. Crisco, Thank you so much. 21 months. Been watching Rob for 6-7 years and no fishing stream. It is true. I am going fishing Saturday with my son and my father. Rock'em Sock'em, thanks for becoming a member. Over on Rumble, Beakster donates $150, says, for the Disney psychic damage, which is bad enough. And then Hitakachi also donates $150 and says, another Disney for the Dark Lord. Thank you, Ragged Dart. This sucks so bad. I legitimately do not blame anyone that leaves. This shit is horrible. All right, let's get these Disney ones out of the way. The second to worst version of the damn song.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a wind, there's a way. Where there's a wind, there's a way. Where there's a wind, there's a way.
Right here. Oh, motherfucker.
Left, right, left, right, left. Right here. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. Spear fingers, Rob. Spear fingers.
It's fucking horrible.
Is this two? You gonna do this one with me?
No!
Go on, right
Where
here.
there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war
It's an encore.
today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay.
Yeah.
All day, all day. Where there's a wind, there's a way. Where there's a wind, there's a way. Where there's a wind, there's a way.
Right here, Rob. You know the words right here. It's coming. Right here, Rob. Left, right, left, right, left. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight.
March all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Spirit fingers, Rob. Give us the spirit fingers.
Now, I just want to say something. Imagine a world where there's some serious political person that's like, Rob Noerr, heard good things. He went down to Turning Point, was very effective coaching debaters down there with Andrew Wilson. Let's check out this guy's show. Maybe he could help out with our campaign or with our group. I wonder what he's up to tonight. And they tune in and they see they see Avarice doing spirit fingers while they hear 14 fucking whip songs. I'm going to be in some debate with some crazy, Charlie Kirk conspiracy theorists, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, look at this. Look at what you're doing. And I'm going to have to just be like, yes, I know. So, Sears site, $20 says for that fantastic performance. Thank you. And then Big Paradox, $10 says, in for another Disney. Let's go. We're $25 away. Oh, back to the wheel. Adding on those two, I owe 11 more. Wait. Yeah. 11. This is wonderful. I guess it could be worse. I could have a real job. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, though. Sometimes I wonder. I'm whimsical. This is whimsy. Trippy 2. Because we have more than one version of Trippy. Oh my goodness. Crisco is 50 Canadian says, I love Disney whip songs. The rest suck. That's probably going to add another one. Thank you. I appreciate it. And Daniel Graves, a new member. Thank you so much, man. What do I owe here? Trippy 2. Let's get that out of the way and then make sense of this. horrible. We did make it over $1,000, so. And 1,000, we play. Oh, what's going on?
Like this.
There's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Give us the smile, Rob.
We're gonna walk today. But the Lord
The Lord of the Left says, nay, nay, nay. Yeah!
all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip,
Left, right, left, right, left.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right.
Rob with me. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight.
Gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Spirit fingers at the end, Rob. Come on, give us the spirit fingers. Spirit fingers, Rob.
I have nothing to say. I'm just play the songs. Just play the songs. Play the songs. Oh, 10 more. Why not? Of course. Power metal, disco, Latin rock. 4 minutes? Fuck.
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Left says we're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Oh my goodness! Bananarama, $5. How much would it cost you to dance with the Everest? $10,000. Clayton Grant Gordon, what's up, man? Thanks for being a member again. Always appreciate it, man. And Truth Revolt TV says Sad Rob's the worst Rob. I agree. Next. What torture do we have here? Extra tone. I don't know if I remember this one. Just be short. Please don't be another 4 minutes.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
All right, we trudge on. We're trudging on. Too short. No, very, very nice. Oh. Motherfucker! This is some bullshit.
Whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, 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 we're gonna march all day. All day, all day, where there's a will, there's a way. Oh, 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 oh. Well, Where there's a will, there's a way. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march you day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Bananarama, thanks so much, man. $5 says we're gonna hold you at 10,000. No. That's a one-time $10,000 donation, not cumulative. One time. I look forward to you dancing like a chunky, hairy asthmatic circus animal. It has to be a single donation of 10 grand. I'll give you my PayPal. Yeah, I don't know. Terrific. Bagpipes are nice. Whip songs suck. I don't know what polyphony is. Okay.
There's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left to right, left to way. Where there's a whip, the crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Nice. We have six left. Oh, a repeat. Well, that's how it goes. I was reading a lot about cosmic horror like Lovecraft. I'm not so sure I'm not in a Lovecraft story as we speak.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Well, there's a whip, there's a way. 1, 2, a fit.
I could do this. Make it through tonight. Mariachi bands are a blast in real life. I will be happy to never hear them play a whip song, but
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, left, right, right, left, right, left, right, left, left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Five more.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, right, crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more for. We are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
How are there still 500 people watching this? What is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you people?
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. They go to war today. The Lord of the last says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left. With the left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way, left, right. Says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Oh my God. I forgot what it was like. Bananarama. $5 is how much would it cost to get you to the Mexican hat dance to the mariachi whip? 20,000. I don't know. By the way, who are you talking about gaslighting over on Rumble? Not me. Don't gaslight me. I'm having enough problems tonight. Oh man, what do we got here? 3 more. This one's horrible.
Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Where there's a whip, there's a way.
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the lash says nay, nay, nay.
We're gonna march all day, all day, all day.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Where there's a way.
Left, left, right, left, right, left.
Where there's a way. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Over on Rumble, Thank you so much, Hidakachi, for $100. Says, cheer up, Rob. Only a few more. Five more now. Truth Revolt, what's up, man? $10 says, Rob, you remind me of those streaming casinos where the poor dealers basically just sit there waiting for someone to place a bet. They look dead inside. That's a position you want to be in. Oh, let it not be annoying ones. Come on. I don't even know what to say anymore.
Well, there's a whip, there's a way. Well, there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Land says, no, no, no. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where's the whip? There's a way. Where there's a whip, 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 there's a way. Left, right, left, way. Left, right, there's a way. Left, right, left. Where's the whip? There's a whip, there's a way. A crack on the back, still gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. But we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Beakster over on Rumble. Thank you so much, Sarah. Donates $100. Says, Rob, we would never do anything underhanded towards you. I now owe 6. This is brutal. I don't know if you guys know, it's near 2 a.m. where I'm at. And I'm playing dumbass whip songs. Oh, of course, Light Emo 1. Oh, well.
There's a way where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day.
Bananarama $5 says, I'm starting to think you're lying about your willingness to dance with Everett. And no. Jason Mulgren, $50. Thank you. Says chat is full of whip supremacists. That doesn't add one yet though, because we're $2 away. And I'm holding to that. Ugh. Do I listen to some trance music? No, I don't think so. I listen to like Merle Haggard, house EDM techno. Great. It's a nightmare. There we go. 3 minutes. Experinos, thank you for the 2, which gets us another one. Oh, my goodness. It'll end sometime. I owe 5 now. Are you shitting me? Oh, you guys didn't see that, did you? It literally landed on the same damn one. Anyways, let's keep going. 5 more. We can do this. We can make it. Where's our boy Blasterbot? He'd love it.
Where there's a whip, where there's a whip. Where there's a whip, there's a way. There's a way, there's a way, there's a way.
Oh yeah!
We don't wanna go to
We're
war
jamming
today,
now.
but the Lord of the Lash says 999. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way, there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way, 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 there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way, there's a way, there's a way, there's a way. A crack on the back says we gonna fight.
Abby, what's happening? $10, thank you. Said, just occurred to me the orcs didn't want to go to war. They'd rather not disobey the Dark Lord. I don't want to go to sleep. Thank you. Clayton, thanks for the buck, my man. Appreciate it. Oh, nice. Or not. If it's short, it's nice. I don't remember. Don't be long. Don't be long. All right. We'll take it. 3 more. We're going to make it. We could do this. We can make it. 90s punk. We're moving now. Almost. 2 more. Another repeat. Amazing.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We go to war today. The Lord of the last says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Beakster over on Rumble, $20 says we need respins for repeats. Now, the rules are set in stone. I can't help you. I just follow the rules. Last one. Oh, mercifully. This is the one that's like 4 minutes long, isn't it? Oh, man. Please be wrong. Please be short.
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says we're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Oh, that's horrible. Halfway done with this song.
We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Hidekachi over on Rumble, thank you so much, gives $20. It says, you should respin. Abby wanted more. Well, that's interesting. Abby, thank you so much. Absolute legend. $100. Says, don't forget to grease the whip wheel, which is another 2. Thank you, Abby. And then Bananarama gives 5. It says, your elbow's going to get joint damage from all this whip wheel greasing. Rob, 2 more. Please don't play that one again. 4 minutes. That's, I don't know. It's just a nightmare. Good. I like this one. It's the one I like because everyone universally hates it. So you all get to be miserable with me for just one song. So enjoy.
Where there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a way, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. There's a way. There's a way. There's a way. Left, 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 left. Where there's a way, there's a way. Left, right, left. There's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
One more. We got this. Lot of repeats tonight. Maybe that's leaving some people disappointed. I'm disappointed too that I have to do this. Here we go.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Bananarama. $5 says you've chosen this life, Rob. Stop your griping. It's okay. If it repeats 3 times. I can't remember that. All right. Did we do it? Are we finished? Did everybody get their jollies? Holy cow. I don't know. I'm a weird person. I am. But I don't know. I'll never be so weird as to enjoy these songs like other people. Oh yes, I went and worked for Turning Point. You know, so Jews. Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth. It's just a series of audio files now. All right. Well, That's the show for the night. 2.5 hours of good political. Oh, motherfucker. I can't get out of here. What a legend. Daniel Graves coming in the last moment. $100 says one more for the cause. Well, Daniel, that's actually two. It's one for the 100 and then one for passing 1,300. I thought I escaped. I did not. Two more. You motherfuckers. Thank you, though, Daniel. I do appreciate it.
There's a whip, there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way, there's a whip, but other way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, 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 we're going to march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, where there's a whip, there's a whip, where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, where there's a whip, there's a whip, where there's a whip, there's a way. Where left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, where there's a whip, there's a whip. White, love a white, love a da 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 ba da ba da ba da ba do ba ba da ba do ba do 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 ba da ba do ba da ba da ba do ba ba da ba do ba ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba do ba do ba do ba do ba right. The corner back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark lords. War. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. There's a whip, there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way.
One more.
Well, there's a whip, there's a way. Well, there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day. All day, all day. Well, there's a whip, there's a way. Well, there's a whip, there's a way, there's a way, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. Well, there's a way.
clip. Why is Wade still up? Wade Bucks, thank you so much, man. $100 says, oh, looks like the bank just refilled my whip credits. Thank you, Wade. Thank you. I was so close to being out of here. 2 more.
Says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there is a way. Where there's a whip, there is a way. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Back, so we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slave of the dark Lord's war. Where's a whip? There's a way. Where's a whip? Where's a way? Where's a whip?
All right. One more. Merciful. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. Dark emo.
There's a way. There's a way. on the backstairs, we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's war. There's a way. There's a way. There's a way. There's a way. Left, right, left, where there's a way.
We did it. Okay. I think we did it. I hate to say it. I hate to jinx it. But I'm gonna start to wrap up the show. All right. Okay. It has been a long show, but much enjoyed. I've enjoyed myself, except the last 2 hours. 2 freaking hours of these whip songs. I want to say, we talked a lot about turning point conspiracies, the left wanting to pack the court and stuff like this. It's very serious that you not lose sight of what the stakes are here. But it was a fun show. I almost forgot what we talked about because it's been so long. Thank you so much to Avarice for coming on. Thank you so much to my editor, Black Elk. Thank you to all of my mods. Everyone who donated money, especially the big donors, even though they torture me. I do appreciate each of them. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who chatted, who liked, who subbed. I appreciate you all, or if you just watched. Just take a moment, watch this video of this outro. Charlie Kirk. Never forget what they did to him, how they continued to slander his wife, how his children will someday have to see the things they said about him, how they celebrated his assassination. Never forget it. Ever. That's what the stakes are. That's what they would do to you. That's what they would do to me and anyone else. Never forget it. So just take a moment and say a prayer for Charlie and his family. And don't forget what the stakes are. I'll be back. I think I'm doing the extravaganza tomorrow at 5:30. So I will be back for that. Go to the Crucible's Rumble channel for the extravaganza. And then I'll be back here 10 o'clock at night. Do it all over again. So thank you so much, everyone. We'll see y'all tomorrow. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.